I see 5:33 p.m. I'd like to begin the Charlottesville Planning Commission meeting. I'd like to start with commissioner reports. Mr. Mitchell, can you please start us off?
Yes. There were a couple of meetings. The LUPEC group met, but LUPEC, we submitted our biannual report to council last week. It was a written document. Didn't do a verbal report, but I copied you guys on that by email today, so you should have a copy of that report as well. The LUPEC group did meet on the 16th in a number of topics. One was presented by Mr. Duncan, and he presented the Fifth Street study. This is something he's already presented to this body a couple of months back. But just a couple of brief reminders about Fifth Street, because Fifth Street is something we're going to be talking about a little later on today. In that area, there have been 95 crashes since 2017 and 2022. 4 people have died in those crashes, and 6 people have been hurt pretty badly in that area. Also, recall that he kind of walked us through some possible fixes. Their fixes included roundabouts, guardrails, road diets, that's where you limit the lanes, photo enforcement, and bike lane enhancements. We are waiting for some direction and input from council as to which of these, which or if any or all of these fixes we're going to embrace. The county presented as well. They're worried about safety, but their big issue is congestion, traffic congestion. And they've got a number of projects that will address that, but they'll also address other issues. They're talking about another bus stop or bus stops. They're talking about a roundabout at 5th Street and 5th Street and Old Lynchburg Road. And they're talking about shared paths and things like that. A concept design for Rio Road, the Rio Road corridor plan was presented. And this really focuses on the eastern side of Rio Road, so the eastern side of Rio Road as it crosses 29. Another interesting report from Albemarle was the 29 and hydraulic intersection and the improvements they're thinking about there. And the improvements will make it more pedestrian friendly and pedestrian safe. They're talking about, as we've all hoped for a long time, a bridge that goes from west to east or east to west across 29. And I think they're looking at that being somewhere between Costco and Stonefields, a bridge in that area. They're also talking about putting pedestrian crossings, marked pedestrian crossings in that area as well, so that you're not putting your finger in there and darting across. And interestingly enough, they're talking about a roundabout at Hydraulic and District Avenue. And that's when you're leaving Stonefield and getting onto Hydraulic. And we'll see where that goes. I sent you guys all the presentations. The presentations go into a whole lot more detail than this, but you guys got presentations on all these things. Parks and Rec, busy summer at Parks and Rec. I sent you a copy of Dana's report, so you got that. That'll be in your email. If it's not in your email already, it'll be in there before I finish speaking. We, a couple of personnel ads. We've got a new adaptive recreation manager, so that's some good news. We've got an athletics manager. Little bad news is Vic Garber, who's been with us for a while. He's leaving us, and he's going to Harrisonburg to be the assistant director of Parks and Rec. So kind of a bummer, but we wish Vic well. There is a new app that's should be online maybe now that our users are going to be able to use, and you're going to be able to use that to go on and look at scheduling, when facilities are going to be available, when programs are going to be available. And I believe you're going to be able to use that app to actually go on and reserve and schedule stuff within Parks and Rec. So it's supposed to be online in October. It may be online now. We got a bunch of capital improvement projects going on. Interestingly enough, a lot of those improvement projects we can't get bids on because we can't get folks to come out and bid on them. I mean, folks are just busy. Yep, that's it.
Thank you. Mr. Duranzio, please.
No meetings congruent with my duties as commissioner. I did make a brief appearance at the, in my personal capacity at the County Board of Supervisors to express my encouragement of Phase 2 of the Habitat Southwood development, where a discussion by everybody but the public happened on Old Lynchburg Road and the traffic there. That was not a concern of theirs in particular. Everyone seemed to acknowledge that it was a mess, and that was sort of what also further delayed the project. Other than that, I do not have anything on point.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Habab, please.
I had two meetings. The first was the Citizen Transportation Advisory Committee. We met September 21st. We had a little presentation on the long-range transportation plan kickoff. It's the 20-year plan that's federally mandated, but it really looks at the next 5 years for funding. So every regional projects have to be in the long-range transportation plan to receive federal funding, is my understanding. I think the general from the MPO Tech Committee, the general push on this is to focus on choice of transportation and mobility and efficiency of system operations. And when we're talking transportation, we're talking about rail, air, car, all that stuff. And then the Citizen Transportation Advisory Committee will be helping brainstorm public engagement opportunities as part of the public engagement plan for this process. And I also found out, I think Seville needs to, or Charlottesville needs to create a comprehensive safety action plan as part of our, it's one thing that's required to receive some funding. I don't know if somebody else here knows more about it, but the other meeting I had was the Tree Commission, and that was October 4th. Some things to note, I think there was a press release last week about some trees on the downtown mall that have to come down. There are about 9 trees, 5 of which are oaks, or the smaller prune trees, so there should be not significant tree canopy loss. And it's been long overdue. They're gonna come down sometime in January, February next year. And we still have not, there haven't been any discussions on what's gonna be replanted in their place, but that's something that will happen with public input in the future, I assume. Relief, I did an outreach campaign at the 10th and Page neighborhood, which is the hottest neighborhood in Charlottesville, to try to plant some trees. They went out to homeowners, and I believe there are 25 to 30 trees that are gonna be planted in the neighborhood, which is great. And then there's an RFP going out at the end of November for planting of 150 trees next year. I think that's by Parks and Rec. And then there's tree pruning that's taking place at Garrett and 2nd Street this week. And this is a general, I guess, statistic that 10%, there's a 10% mortality on trees planted in the spring, which is a good number, that most trees that were planted then are doing well. Those are my announcements.
Thank you. And Mr. Schwartz, please.
All right. Well, I'm not sure how much you want to hear about the BAR, but we, of our projects, one larger item was an apartment building in Portland Street around the house that was named, or the owner of the house, his name is what, I forget what his name was, but it led to Wortland being the name of the street, so important old house. The house is staying, the apartment building is coming back again. We deferred it. It was treated like a preliminary discussion.
Was this the Wharton Baker residence?
Yes, thank you.
Former UVA librarian.
Okay, yes. It's a historic house, and it's being preserved. I believe there actually, there is a work plan to preserve the house in addition to adding the apartment building, but nothing's been approved yet. Some discussion on 612 West Main, which is future apartment building where University Tire used to be. That will be coming back next week. They're changing some exterior materials on it. We also, next week, I believe, will be looking at the step backs on 218 West Market Street, which is the, where, under the, not under the roof, the little shopping center, off of, at the end of the mall by the Omni. Anyways, it has a special use permit from you guys from,
York Place?
September 2019. No, end of the mall.
Other side?
Why am I
The
forgetting the name
Vinegar
of the
Hill
little furniture
Shopping
store
Center?
that's there?
Where Shabin used to be?
No,
Tables?
the Artful Lodger.
Oh,
That's
there
it.
we go.
Sorry, I was gonna get it at some point. So yes, that, it's, looks like, this month will be probably busier than last month. Bike Pit Advisory Committee, we talked about, crosswalk signals, and we are going to be, doing some, evaluation, measuring how long the signals are, trying to give some advice to the city on some recommended improvements. And I understand that there's going to be the city itself is already undertaking a large, measuring of all the traffic signals, this year, so that should be, a lot of useful information. And I am no longer chair of the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, yay. That is, that's my news.
And congratulations on that. Mr. Stolzenberg?
Thanks. So I had one pretty exciting meeting of the MPO Technical Committee. Kareem kind of stole a lot of my thunder here, though. Well, I guess first off, I am now, for some reason, chair again for another year. So I am not off the hook like Carl is. But yeah, the two exciting things. We are just beginning the planning for the 2050 Long-Range Transportation Plan, which is the high-level plan that all of the projects that we'll eventually submit to SmartScale and build will come out of. It'll be a roughly 2-year process with lots of community engagement, lots of stakeholder groups, et cetera. There's a whole Gantt chart on the TJPDC website if you'd like to take a look. It should be wrapping up in roughly May of 2023. 2024. So that will be a super important process, and I'm sure I'll be telling you guys a lot more about it over the next couple of years. And then Kareem mentioned the Safe Streets for All grant program. That's the federal grant funding that came out of the bipartisan infrastructure law. Basically, it's the first phase where you have to create a comprehensive safety action plan with, ideas and projects and problem areas. And then once you do that, you can submit for more BIF funding in future tranches. So TJPDC is spearheading the effort to create this comprehensive safety action plan for all of the localities, I believe, in the district. And that will be kind of the first year of funding. We're obviously getting in Safe Streets for All grant for that. And then once that's complete, we can leverage that to get future infrastructure bill funding. That's all I got.
I would like to hear from the university. Mr. Palmer, please.
Yeah, sure. I don't have any meetings to report on. I just mentioned how happy the university was to be able to get the air rights over Emmett Street to put in a new pedestrian bridge that will connect the Contemplative Commons over to the Newcomb Hall area. Long overdue to have an ADA compliant and bikeable route that traverses that. So we're happy about that. Thanks.
Thank you. Two items I think of note. In my personal capacity, the Virginia Department of Housing and Community Development Code Update Committee met, and I spoke in favor of allowing 6-story single-stair homes, which would save, I think, $380,000 per building, if the number may be wrong. A very large amount of money per building if the second staircase is not required. So it could be a significant affordable housing benefit. My understanding, I was not physically present because Richmond is far. My understanding was that that did not go forward in this code cycle, so it will be another 3 years into the next code cycle. but affordable housing will be officially considered as part of that cycle for the first time in Virginia history. So I'm very pleased on that note. In my Planning Commission capacity, I spoke to the Nest Realty Group, talking about Charlottesville plans together and a work on the zoning rewrite. NDS was very generous in giving me some slides to already prepared, which was very helpful. Appreciated that very much. And I believe that was productive and got some good questions and feedback on that. I would like to hear from the Department of Neighborhood Development Services.
Okay, we didn't necessarily coordinate, so I'll do a few and you can do a few. How about we'll work it that way? We have things clarified for the Planning Commission retreat. The Planning Commission is going to be retreating on October 22nd, which is not this Saturday, but the following Saturday from 1:30 to 4:30. We have reserved the pavilion, on the stage under the pavilion. We were going to monitor the weather, and we also have this room reserved, so we have backup depending on what we need at that point in time. The chair, myself and James talked with our facilitator today, and she has put together some agenda based on some of the goals that we're hoping to move forward with. So a good opportunity for commissioners to get to know one another, as well as hear what's happened in the past for those who are newer, most, and to plan for life after a new zoning ordinance. So a lot of exciting things coming up with that. So we look forward to seeing you all then. Did you want to talk East High, or I can, either way? Okay. So we have a lot of projects that are going on in the community. We have some pretty exciting ones on our agenda this evening. And then also we have received a site plan. It's titled 0 East High Street. It is a property on the floodplain. It's also known as the Old Fairgrounds. It has some frontage on East High. It has some frontage sort of on Caroline. Just wanted to talk a little bit process. We've started to get a lot of feedback from the community, and I know that it definitely is helpful if you all are aware of what's going on from a process standpoint. So the applicant has submitted a by right site plan. So this site plan is, in their opinion, adhering to the regulations that are allowable in the code. Right now, the site plan is under evaluation by the technical reviewers, and there'll be comments that'll be provided. There are a number of concerns that have been raised by the community, and then there are technical concerns that we know are coming to pass as well. So the technical review continues to move forward at this point in time, and I don't have the touch point, but Carrie may have the date for us here. And then once that letter goes out with the technical details, typically we get additional feedback. Site plans are ministerial, as you all well know. Site plans that are by right typically don't always come to the Planning Commission, but there is a code section that outlines moving a site plan forward to the Planning Commission for review. And there has been some public feedback about interest in having that occur. And it can happen a couple of different ways, either by two commissioners, the director, or the third one, Carrie, I can't remember off the top of my head.
The applicant can also request that the site plan go forward to Planning Commission.
Yeah, so there are many ways that it can potentially come forward. And it would be a ministerial review. It'd be specific to the code requirements that are involved. But it would give an opportunity for some additional public review. And because there is quite a lot of discussion, that is definitely something to consider.
Need slopes.
No.
Interesting.
Mm-mm.
Wow.
Or it doesn't slope sufficiently.
Yes,
Yeah, that's true.
I'll let you.
Any follow-up on that?
Not at the moment. Yeah. You all may have questions about, I mean, again, it's in the midst of the technical review. A lot of the concerns that are being presented by members of the public are concerns that are being looked at specifically during that review. And we'll have more information at a later point when the comments are due.
Any questions or thoughts on that item?
Do we have a timeline on that, or what's the deadline for the comments?
Carrie?
Yes, so sorry. So we anticipate we will be able to send out the staff comment letter by October 28th, which is a Friday. And a note regarding critical slopes. There are critical slopes on site, but the applicant is not currently proposing to disturb them. So no critical slope waiver is currently required based on the design as proposed.
Okay, good evening, Chairman and members of the commission. James Freese, Director of Neighborhood Development Services. So just by way of updates on the topic of transportation, I just thought I'd note that we did work closely with the PDC on creation of that application for the comprehensive safe streets and roads plan as a first step towards accessing those grant funds. So we worked on that. And then we are also working with the county on a grant. We are a formal partner on a county grant application under the same bill, under the Reconnecting Communities grant program for a project that would extend on Route 29 North from the intersection with Hydraulic all the way up to the river. So there's a portion of that is the city's, part of the city. So we have two projects under that overall infrastructure bill that the city is part of grant applications for. I try and always do an update on the zoning rewrite. I don't have much to say at this time, except that we're meeting tomorrow with our consultant team to look at the schedule going forward for our review process internally and for when this is going to be able to come out. So I should have a schedule that I can share at the November meeting, if not beforehand. And I also actually did want to also thank you all for what we felt amongst ourselves and the consultant team was a very productive meeting with Planning Commission and Council back on 27th, I believe it was, ages ago. Really appreciated the time and the thought and contributions that all of you all made for that. So thank you for that, and we look forward to continuing the conversation and getting into some more details. So do you all have any questions for me?
Transportation planner?
Yes, thank you. So we have in fact extended an offer and had an offer extended on a transportation planner, and he will be starting with us on November 1st. So I look forward to introducing him to you formally at the November meeting.
Awesome.
Yep.
I forgot one thing too. So the climate action plan, a number of you all were part of the presentation that occurred at the council meeting. And I believe there were some communication concerns because I think it was anticipated to be more of a dialogue and not just you all discussing, or not discussing, but just watching. So we appreciate everyone who was able to take a look at that as part of that. We've been working with the staff who are on that to, they're working through their process of moving that forward to council. And so one of the steps will be coming to the planning commission for an abbreviated presentation with a link to the longer one that was held, because many of you were part of that, and then the opportunity to provide feedback. So we are working one of the November dates, either our regular meeting or the work session, depending on some timing things that are coming to pass. So just wanted to let you all know that that is continuing to move forward, and you all get to be a part of it as well. If you do have any written comments that you had from that opportunity, they're more than welcome to, or more than excited to take those at this point in time. But if you don't at this point, then there'll be that opportunity at the meeting.
Would we send them to you and you would then forward them on?
That works fine. Mhm.
Cool.
Any questions for staff? I think we're good. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
At this time, I would like to hear from the public. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Pinkston, did you raise your hand? Please.
Yeah, just one point about the, what you were just referring to, Ms. Creasy.
Mhm.
Know that the mayor and folks on council, we had hoped to vote on the CAP, I think the first meeting in November. Is that the 7th, maybe? Yeah. That's sort of what we've been kicking around. So I guess if y'all still have more work to do, then we would need to wait and do that later. I don't know, when are y'all planning to?
We have not begun our work.
It's on our agenda for November 8th.
Right, at this point. And so, yes, there were many discussions concerning scheduling this morning, and a couple of discussions trying to make sure that the feedback from the community groups does get integrated into that prior to it coming to council, but there is definitely an urgency of getting that to you all. And so there are one or two questions that I was hoping would have had resolution on, but I know the climate team's working on right now.
Well, then if council doesn't approve it until later in the month, we just don't approve it till later in the month, so.
Thank you.
I mean, the specific, I don't know if it's been mentioned, but the process we're looking at is including the climate action plan as an amendment to the comprehensive plan. So the climate action plan is identified in the comprehensive plan as something that should be done. It's one of the action items within the comprehensive plan itself. So that would entail a public hearing, joint public hearing with the council and the planning commission, and then it would come to the council for a vote.
So is it possible the November 7th agenda item is initiating the comp plan amendment? Or
I
does that
believe
need
it's
to be
it's
initiated?
more in the nature of a information session and discussion time for the planning commission itself, and then
The 8th. I wasn't aware of a council scheduling potential for November 7th, and we'll make sure to communicate that back to the climate team.
And this is
That-
like us emailing back and forth. This
Oh,
is not something
my.
at the level of- Yeah, I don't know, when the mayor shows up, maybe he can give more input. I mean, from my perspective, if it's delayed because we're waiting on more input, then that's the right thing to do. So please don't hear, and I'm sure the other ones of us would say, sure, we'll hold up on the vote or whatever.
No, we definitely appreciate the feedback, and we'll communicate to have the schedule once it lands to you guys. And part of it is the advertising requirement and negotiating through that. So, yes, but the urgency and commitment on this is definitely high, and we're working through those processes, but also trying to manage that. We're kind of assisting that group, and it's coming along.
There are a lot of cats to herd.
At this time, I would like to hear matters to be presented by the public not on the formal agenda. I would note, if you wish to speak on the critical slope waiver for Belmont condominiums, this is the time.
All right, we'll work this, how we've been working our usual matters from the public and public hearings, where we'll have an opportunity for individuals who are present physically in the room to speak, and then we'll alternate with our electronic audience, our virtual audience. And we will continue until we don't have any speakers, or this evening, we do have our counselors coming a bit later, so we do have a little bit more time, but if we end up having a number of speakers that kind of hit the time for the public hearing, then we're going to be flexible about opening another opportunity. So just to keep that in mind, if we have a lot of people who are interested in speaking during matters from the public tonight. So our first request would be is if there's anyone physically in the room who would like to speak to any matters that are not up for public hearing this evening. All right, I don't see anyone in our room, but we do have some virtual hands raised. So we'll start with our first speaker, who is Deb Jackson. Deb, can you hear us?
I can, thank you.
All right, wonderful. You get to start.
Thank you. Let me find my notes. Good evening. My name's Deborah Jackson. I live in the Belmont Carlton neighborhood, and I would like to thank the city staff who were involved in reviewing the critical slope waiver application, or CSW. Their comments were thorough and insightful. The points that I will make are related to the stormwater management systems that have been proposed. My comments come directly from the city staff report dated September 13th, 2022. Of critical importance is the fact that city staff, I quote, cannot recommend approval under either finding number 1 or finding number 2, and that, quote, city council shall consider the potential negative impacts of the disturbance and regrading of critical slopes and of resulting new slopes and or retaining walls, close quotes. I will also comment on the response letter from Collins Engineering to the June 9th, 2022 City Staff Technical Review. In particular, Collins Engineering has not reached out to the adjacent neighbors, with one exception, which was this week, to discuss their plans, inquire about neighborhood concerns, or act in a manner which shows concern for the Belmont Carlton neighborhood. My first point, it's impossible to review the CSW without an approved site plan. Collins Engineering requested this approval of the CSW without reviewing the site plan. The two go hand in hand, as the 3 stormwater management systems are dependent on the final site plan. The site is complex, and reviewing the waiver request without the site plan is indeed challenging. I quote, "It is challenging for city staff to provide insightful engineering concerns or comments without engineered plans at this stage." My second point has to do with the release outlet that dumps into a stream which flows into the Rivanna River. It does not appear to be filtered. And why is there a need for a release outlet? Why doesn't all the water go through the biofilter? And why does this outlet release water onto our adjacent property? Why is it not directed to the east towards the developer's property? It is unlikely that, I quote, "It is unlikely that there will be any substantial groundwater recharge to offset the reduction caused by the extensive grading and additional impervious surfaces." In the city report, I quote, "At no time shall concentrated water be directed toward the critical slopes without adequate conveyance and down and beyond the slopes to an acceptable outfall," close quotes. Without the site plan, how can you determine this? My third and final point, the retaining walls which will be required for this site will be monstrous. They will be 20 to 30 feet high. They will have a huge impact on the neighborhood, filling in the ravine, regrading the site, adding more impervious surface to the area. How will these walls be constructed without the use of heavy equipment on adjacent properties?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I will ask if we have any individuals in the room who are interested in speaking for matters of the public. All right, not at this time, but we do continue to have a virtual audience. Our next speaker, Elsa Spencer. Elsa? Can you hear us,
Hey,
Elsa?
I think I'm unmuted now.
Wonderful, we can hear you.
Oh, great.
Go right ahead.
So, I don't know Ms. Jackson who just spoke, but she did a fine job talking about my concerns about the critical slope. So I will leave those in her fine words. I think she did a good job. I'm also a neighbor. I live on Chestnut Street, so parallel to Spruce, and then the proposal would be behind Spruce. So pretty close neighbor. And I think given that she covered the slope concern about the functioning stormwater, as far as I can tell, functioning stormwater management currently in place that would be disturbed potentially, I would focus my concern that I wanted to state about basically pedestrian safety in this neighborhood. We have 16 children in just this tiny block of Chestnut, Spruce, Myrtle, like just the little 4 streets that if, again, I don't have the final site plan, I've seen some plans that have a proper street, not just one direction, but a 2-direction road coming out, emptying onto Spruce Street, which is currently dead ends by the tracks. And we have this small double horseshoe type of situation with like 16 children, 17 dogs who currently feel pretty safe moving around. And my concern is having a street access to this new development coming into what has been a pretty safe area where the children have become accustomed to minimal car traffic and mostly focused on traffic that's just to the small neighborhood. So I understand there has to be 2 exits, and so if we can just have both of them on Carlton, that would address my concern just fine. And it also seems more more convenient for the people who would live in the condos to access. They're going to want to get to Carlton, not to our neighborhood. That would be it. I think I'm good with that, if that was clear.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. We have the same individuals in the room, so I'm going to go back to our virtual audience. If someone in the room does want to speak, just get my attention at some point. But we will continue with our virtual list. Our next speaker is Kimber Hockey. Ms. Hockey?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to second what Deb and Elsa stated, and I'm going to add that from the outset, this is an inappropriate development for this site. And the mere fact that the applicant has applied for this critical slope waiver proves that point. It does not follow good planning practices and should not be approved. The development is too much for this environmentally sensitive area. The city needs to respect the environmental concerns of each site, and the environment here is proven not to be appropriate for this development as per the staff's recommendations. So we also hope that you will deny it. The area has been compared to the lungs of Belmont. We've already suffered significant tree loss in our neighborhood due to inappropriate development. You mentioned the climate action. This is a great time to take action for the climate and preserve the environment as much as possible, which this site does not do. There are other concerns about the size of this development with the projected 900 plus car trips per day. It's already a very highly problematic intersection that has had accidents and where 2 cars on a normal day cannot pass each other. It boggles the mind to figure out how you're going to add 900 plus car trips per day there, especially considering there are 2 other developments that are supposed to be coming up in that area as well. Thank you very much. Please deny this. Thank you.
Thank you.
our next speaker, Mark Cavett. Mr. Cavett, can you hear us?
Yeah, just unmuted. Yeah, I also want to comment that I hope that the Planning Commission will not approve this waiver, that you listen to what the staff report had to say. I won't repeat everything that Kimber Hockley and Deborah Jackson said, but also echo their comments. I also want to make a comment concerning the Carlton Road area as far as the traffic. If you take two cars coming head on that road, they can't pass unless somebody pulls over into the parking area. And if you got cars parked on the side of that road, somebody's got to back up. I've actually done that and watched that traffic there. So there's a potential future issue that's coming down concerning that aspect also. All right, thank you very much.
And thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Kat Meir. Kat?
Okay, thanks, Missy. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, first of all, I want to thank you, Missy, for being so incredibly responsive. I have no idea how you answer all the queries that you do in a day. So I'm just incredibly grateful for that. And as well as the NDS report. So I know this is about the critical slope waiver. I do want to give a little background, though. You know, as a neighborhood, we've been given 4, 5, 6, I don't know how many site plans. And what we go through them, we have an architect, we're really studying it. This is where we've lived for 20 years. This is a vital, vital place for Charlottesville. So we go over them, we care about it. And then what happens is they are so full of errors. And then NDS does this deep dive in recommendations. It's almost as though the city is this consultant and they're hand holding this company through this development. And so even the last one, we've been through this before, neighborhood, commercial corridor. And can you still hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because my image came off. So then you go through and you give all these great recommendations. And so it's very concerning that they don't have their own consultants. This is an incredibly large site, very special, very tender. You know, when it says that city council may thereafter grant a modification upon finding that public benefits outweigh leaving it as is, they don't. I mean, we have reduced stormwater velocity, absolutely not. Increasing impervious surfaces. Where is all this water going to go? There's one little green area, looks like a septic zone, to tell you the truth. I think it's just to collect water. I don't even know public health if people can play there. So the other issue is trees. You all made the brilliant recommendation. I mean, not just performative climate change, you know, 3-to-1 ratio, replacing the trees. And I know that you all said it doesn't look like it's landscape, but we live here. I cannot tell you the number of foxes. There's this huge ravine. I'm not naive enough to think that's going to stay, but the wildlife here is unbelievable. So I'm so grateful that you all, you know, gave a huge pushback, and I really hope that this waiver is denied, because like Deb, I cannot understand how you could ever approve this without a site plan. Thank you so much.
And thank you.
All right, our next speaker, Leah Woody. Leah, can you hear us?
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead.
All right, and this is actually Becky Reed. I'm on my wife's computer. So my name's Becky Reed. I live on Cherry Street, in the neighborhood next to the development, and wanted to echo a lot of the same concerns that have already been voiced. I would say my concerns mostly focus on, again, sort of safety in our neighborhood in terms of increased automobile traffic, construction traffic. I am a parent of one of the small children that plays in the neighborhood. Most of our neighborhood does not have sidewalks. others from the neighborhood could correct me if I'm wrong. I think about 2 or 3 houses have sidewalks in front of them just because of the dates and the, codes that were in place when those homes were built. So that would definitely be a concern if we are routing more automobile traffic through our neighborhood, which I don't think is necessary, and don't think is of interest to the folks who are going to live next door to us. They're also going to want to get out to Carlton, and we don't want folks kind of flying through our neighborhood trying to get where they're trying to go. I'd also like to echo the concerns about just the multiple site plans we've seen. I want to voice my support for density. I know affordable housing is a massive challenge. I don't know how much this particular development addresses that, but I know density is a key way of housing folks close to their jobs and where they need to be. But I think there are just maybe some smarter ways that we could do some of that. And I think sort of preserving neighborhood character and safety, through more connectivity for walkers and bikers, which was part of the plan that I was part of a, meeting that we reviewed. So I reviewed that and felt okay about it. And then come to find out the plans are changing again. So I understand it's all part of a process, but I think some of the commenter right before me, some of her comments just about how maybe they need to get these plans vetted before they come to neighborhoods and kind of sell them and get stamps of approval, and then things that are important to the neighborhoods change. And it's hard to keep track of. I'm doing double duty here with dinner prep. So, so I think I can go ahead and wrap up my comments. I do share concerns about our water and the environment, but I wouldn't say I'm an expert on that, but I would just like to make that part of my statement, that I hope that can be carefully reviewed as part of the site plan as well. And I can close my comments there.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Vivian Stein. Vivian? Can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes.
This is not Vivian Stein. This is her partner Norman. Anyway, I echo, of course, the concern about the critical slope issue, a 30-foot massive wall, and so on. But I live on Cherry Street, and there's only like 5 houses on Cherry Street, and this is a closed, boxed-in area. As mentioned, there are limited sidewalks. There's like 5 houses that have sidewalks, other ones do not. The street, of course, is not all the way up to the property line where the sidewalk would be. So in bringing the lot that was purchased, I believe last November, they purchased that lot that it connects with Spruce Street there. And that lot will be paved over, which is, again, will bring more water down to the creeks and so on. The idea of bringing that kind of traffic in this neighborhood will require sidewalks for the safety of the children and for parking. Who will pay for that? Who will pay for the sidewalks? But more importantly than that, just the amount of traffic that will come into a small, closed residential area it's just dangerous. There was comments earlier about street safety. You'll be creating a street hazard by allowing this development as it's currently laid out. I'd like to also point out the lot that they purchased is a residential lot. They have not done a thing to maintain it. They haven't cut it once. It's weed infested. And like I said, they're not showing they're good neighbors by not doing anything to take care of the lot. That's about all I need to say. Thank you.
And thank you.
All right. Do we have any other speakers from a virtual standpoint, or no one in the room? Virtually, if you're interested in speaking during matters from the public, please raise your hand virtually. I don't think we have any telephone callers, but if we do, you can hit *9, which would activate that for you. One last call for speakers at this moment. Oh, all right, we have a speaker, Chair. Ms. Towns?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'll just to provide another voice from someone in the neighborhood. I live at 900 Belmont Avenue. Say that I did appreciate that staff requested that this project actually make a street connection over to Spruce Street. I recognize my neighbor and share my neighbor's concerns about pedestrian safety and about the amount of traffic in the neighborhood. But I do feel that it would be valuable for this new development to be knitted into the city street network to the degree that that's feasible. That's it. Thanks.
And thank you.
All right, do we have any other speakers? All right, Chair.
Seeing none, I'd close public comment on this item. Thank you very much. I turn now to the consent agenda. What would you like to do with this item?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
I see a second. And can I get thumbs up if you agree? I see some thumbs. Oh, I'm sorry. Please, could you, you have something to read? I'm terribly sorry.
No. I was gonna say I'm abstaining because there's minutes included and can't review your minutes from
Very good.
when I wasn't on the board.
And I'm sorry, I had my microphone off. I made the motion.
Mr. Duranzio, do you have something to read?
Yes, I'm not going to read it verbatim. I'm not going to participate in the approval of this or disapproval of the consent agenda as pursuant to the Preston Commons matter. I have what might be the appearance of the perception of the idea of a conflict in that my firm has a very extensive relationship with the principal of that firm, and although I have no interest in that project and took one meeting in which I said I'm not the person to help you with this 3 years ago, still, to avoid any inappropriateness, I've prepared pursuant to Code of Virginia 2.23101 a written statement to that effect, presented it to the secretary, and therefore I'm not participating.
Madam Secretary, is that adequate?
Yes, that should be fine. We
Thank you
have
very
the statement on file.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that.
Mhm.
I return to voting on the consent agenda. I see many thumbs. I believe that passes.
4 thumbs.
We have 5 minutes free. Care for a
We
5-minute break?
actually do have, it's up to you, Chair, but we do have our council quorum, so
Can we-
it's up to the crowd.
Would that be starting early? I guess we advertised for 6.
No, we are, this is scheduled for, sorry. This is scheduled, the hearing scheduled for 6, but we were awaiting quorum, and we were able to complete that comment period. So we are well within any parameters.
Mr. Mayor, is council in order?
Council is in order. Let me say thank you for being able to delay it for a few minutes so I could complete another obligation.
Delighted. Thank you, sir. I believe we are prepared to start the public hearing then.
All right.
And Mr. Offley will be starting us up.
Matt Alfley, City Planner, Neighborhood Development Services. So tonight, Chair, Commission, you will be holding a public hearing and making a recommendation to City Council for a proposed special use permit at 1113 5th Street Southwest. The SUP is for an automatic car wash at the intersection of Harris and 5th Street Southwest. The applicant is proposing to demolish the shuttered bank on the site. The new car wash will have a main building fronting on 5th Street Southwest with parking, pay stations, vacuums, and a dumpster, and ingress-egress from Harris Road. Off-site improvements include pedestrian markings across the entrance to the Willoughby Square Shopping Center. Staff has reviewed the application and finds it meets the general standards for a special use permit and recommends approval with conditions outlined on page 14 of the staff report. Staff's main concerns with the proposed use is any noise created from the vacuum station, but staff is confident these issues can be mitigated during preliminary or final site plan review by construction of either a small wall or physical barrier to reflect noise back on site, planting large shrubs at time of construction, relocating vacuums to more internal location of the site, reducing the number of vacuums, and or installing low noise vacuums. The this concludes staff's presentation. Other city departments such as traffic and myself are here to answer any questions prior to you holding your public hearing. The applicant representative, Valerie Long with William Mullins, has prepared a presentation and is also available to answer questions prior to opening of the public hearing.
Let's see. Mr. Mitchell, do you have any questions for staff on this?
Yeah, questions for Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan, thank you for your presentation at the LUPEC meeting a couple of weeks ago. Very good. And I think we looked at that presentation, this group looked at that presentation about a month ago, maybe a couple of months ago. In the report, you suggest that you do not suspect that this implementation, this installation is going to have any significant impact on traffic. But if I want you to think about your presentation to LUPEC and to this board as it relates to the Fifth Street Safety Improvement Plan that you've been working on. Can you walk us through how this effort would dovetail into your plans for Fifth Street and improving the safety there?
I'll do my best. I don't know that it's necessarily going to improve, having this project isn't going to improve safety, but as far as being able to compare it to the existing use that's there, from a traffic generation standpoint, they are very similar. I think it's less than a 2 or 3% difference in traffic generation between the two uses. So I don't think that it would have a negative impact any more so than the current use on the corridor.
And I think you recommended some pedestrian, or someone's recommended some pedestrian improvements, and that'll help, I think, with traffic going back and forth on Harris Street. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's all I got.
Mr. Durant, do you have questions?
No, sir. I think I'm all right with what I've got.
Thank you very much. Mr. Habab, do you have questions on this?
I had a quick question on one of the conditions we're saying, basically a way to control the noise or mitigate the noise. And this comes from a public comment, is staff confident that that is an appropriate condition, or do we tie it to a specific decibel number? How do we kind of control that and have something measurable? Or do we need that at this point?
So it is really of staff's opinion that the noise, there are several ways to mitigate the noise. And the applicant during the presentation will talk about, they're very prepared to talk about their noise study. And the conditions really outline to address it at site plan. I don't think tying it to decibels is really going to be appropriate, just due to, one, enforcement, and two, falling kind of outside that realm of the noise ordinance. But that staff wanted to be open to solutions, not only from the applicant, but from Planning Commission, City Council, on addressing that one area to try to mitigate.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Schwartz, questions for staff?
No.
Mr. Stolzenberg, questions?
Yeah, I've got, I guess, 2 lines of questioning, one on noise and one on traffic. So I'll start with you, Matt, since you're here already. I guess, first off, they kind of gave the ambient noise at the area because of cars. And I'm trying to understand, like, how to consider the noise being generated by this use with regard to the ambient noise. In my read of the noise ordinance, it doesn't say, you can't emit loud noises unless other things are also being loud, right? So, does it make sense to say, well, the cars are loud anyway, so it's okay for this to be loud?
Well, I think the noise is absorbed into the ambient background noise, but I do think there is, there is some noise that needs to be mitigated, and it more has to do with just the off and on of the vacuums. I don't think the actual machine of the cars going through the automatic car wash, that noise is so much as the vacuum noise where it's periodic of the compressor cutting on and off.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. Though we also did get a public comment about music. Have we heard anything from them about speakers or anything?
Well, there are speakers. When staff went up and looked at their one up at Hollymead, there are speakers, but in staff's opinion, that's a noise that could be produced by right. You could have a restaurant with outdoor seating by right, and you could produce music.
Okay, and then looking at their noise measurement data on page 104 of the packet, or page 6 of their noise analysis, their max noise levels that they're measuring at all but one of the 8 sites they're measuring go above the 65 decibel max. Some of them are 75. One's even almost 80 decibels. It's not the average noise level, but the noise ordinance, we should be looking at the maximum level, right? It doesn't say as long as your average noise level is below 65, it's okay. And then I guess another kind of tangential question is like, when we're considering the noise impacts, should we be looking to make sure that this site plan complies with the noise ordinance, or that this proposal complies with the noise ordinance, or is that a separate matter?
So in the noise, how the noise ordinance is written, it actually does not apply. It only applies to noise created within a residential zone district or the residential portion of a mixed-use district. Of course, I don't have my code with me.
Well, yeah, my read is that it doesn't apply within the property, but if it's 65 decibels across the street in the residential zone at that property line, it would still apply, right?
I'd have to look at it again, but the last time I looked at it, I thought it said noise produced within.
It says to create a sound level in any residential zone, blah, 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 in excess of. And I mean, I guess it depends on whether you say cause any source of sound to create a sound level. Or I guess, well, arguably it depends on whether create a sound level refers to creating it in the residential zone or, having the sound level be that in a residential zone. But certainly my interpretation was never, I live downtown, that I can blast noise so loud that people in Belmont, I'm breaking the noise ordinance, right? Is that a question we should ask?
I wish I had the code with me to look. As you're doing your discussion, I'm going to run over and grab the code. Back to my office, I'll grab the code.
And so, let's assume for a second that the noise ordinance applies.
Yeah.
Should we use the noise ordinance as our basis for thinking about noise as an adverse impact? Or is it, well, if they're breaking it later, we can call the cops and the cops can come out with the
No, I mean, I think noise should be handled when we're looking at, how are there ways to mitigate. And how staff looked at this is when you're looking at a by right development in that site versus SUP at that site. One of the factor that staff came up with is sound would be the difference between a by right and what is being proposed and mitigating that. And some of the proposals that staff has put in that condition, and then I think some of the stuff you might hear from the applicant tonight, staff feels would mitigate that noise. We don't feel the noise is going to be so high pitched for long periods of time, but it's that intermediate, and how can you reflect some of that back to the site that again would be absorbed into the ambient background noise.
Okay. And then when we're thinking about adverse impacts, do we always define them against the most intense or most impactful by right use?
I would say yes. I mean, when you're looking at some of the uses in the use matrix, and you're looking at what could be done here by right versus, what impacts do those produce versus an SUP if it's producing impacts that are outside that norm of the by right impacts. Because I think there are, by right uses that could go there that would have an impact that we would not be able to mitigate just because they are by right in use.
Yeah, so I guess I'm wondering whether it's really not an impact because there's one by right use that theoretically could go there that would be very impactful versus like the probable by right use, or, you know, some other by right use that, you know, if it was, I don't know, a veterinarian, it wouldn't make any noise. That's actually probably a bad example. You know, a massage parlor or whatever, right? It wouldn't be making a ton of noise, I would think.
Careful.
Oh, bad examples here, probably. A mattress store, people sleep in.
Well, but some of the other special use things that maybe like drive-through, where the adverse impact maybe is increased congestion because of backup at a drive-through. So I think it depends on the use as to, you know, what created that to be an SUP, and it doesn't necessarily mean noise would be the impact for a car wash at every location. If this was located probably a little further in that development, the Willoughby development, the noise probably, you know, there probably would be no impact staff would have found because it would have spread out by the time it got out there. Staff probably would have still found that it is appropriate in a highway corridor to have a car wash. The noise just comes up because it's kind of at the edge of that zoning district.
Yep. And then I'm kind of also thinking about traffic, right? Like you could put a Bodo's here by right, and, you know, I would guess that Bodo's is like possibly the biggest traffic generating use of anything possible in the city, except maybe Raising Cane's. And, you know, that would produce a lot of traffic. And so I guess the question is, can we determine that traffic is an adverse impact because this is going to produce a fair amount of traffic, even compared to many by right uses, even though there's the possibility of a Bodo's that everyone in town, on that side of town, is going to go to every single day? I assume that's how people
I think
behave
from a
on that side of
staff's
town.
standpoint, we would shy away from that just because even a by right, this is traffic oriented. You'd be, you know, the amount of cars going to a bank or a sit-down restaurant that is by right, that's the same traffic you would probably be getting, you know, at a car wash. The same, you know, the same amount of traffic is going by is in stopping at a car wash, where a destination like a restaurant or a bank, I mean, you can make kind of the argument those would actually have more traffic than something that is a kind of a drive-by commodity where you're not necessarily driving to a car wash, you're driving by a car wash and stop.
Mr. Palmer, do you have questions on this item? Nor do I. Mr. Payne, questions on this item?
Just quickly, how many months do you know has that bank been not operating, or what length of time?
I know it's been several months. I don't have an exact time frame.
Yeah, because interested just to compare what the current traffic situation is with that not having been in operation. And then only other question is, you've estimated that the amount of traffic would probably be similar to that bank that was there. I don't have any reason to guess that that's not the case. Do we know if there's anything unique to a car wash use that would be likely to create a greater congestion problem than a bank, or in other words, create any additional problems at that intersection in terms of how traffic enters or is backed up?
I would say no. It would probably actually be less. There tends to be less, or how's the best way to phrase this? More off-peak trips, so there's less congestion during the peak hours. Just based on, and a lot of this is based on the ITE trip generation books that are published. So that's where we're comparing the existing use of a bank to a proposed use of a car wash. But yeah, generally speaking, I mean, every location is a little bit different, but when you're trying to plan these, you're looking generally, and generally car washes have different operating like peak hours than a bank would. So I don't think that this would have any adverse impact on that intersection. You know, as far as contributing to the traffic at that intersection, like you're still like probably 1 or 2% of the actual traffic that goes through the Harrison Fifth Street intersection is going to be this business.
Okay, those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pinkston, questions on this item?
I think you already said this, but what is it that's pushing this project over into requiring an SUP versus by right? It's strictly speaking the noise?
From a technical standpoint, no, I mean, this, in the use matrix,
Uh-huh.
it's just requires an SUP. It's one of the
Okay.
uses that requires a bit of extra review.
A car wash in general?
Correct.
Okay.
Because it's an HW category.
Which means?
Highway corridor.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mayor's no questions on this item?
The question, I guess, that I'm curious about, I'm thinking about effects that the statute or the ordinance talks about that we're supposed to consider as possible negative impacts. And one of them is dealing with the question of, impacts on community resources, I guess is the way they phrase it. And one of the things that is an impact for car washes, depending on how they're constructed, is how much water they use. There are some car washes that, like the one on 29 North, I can't remember, All American Car Wash, I don't know, Henry Weinshank's organization, in any event, where they brag about the fact that they recycle 90 to 95% of their water. There is another example on, I think the folks with the car wash on 250 East, just in Albemarle County, have the same claim. Do we know what these folks are claiming as far as the amount of water that they recycle and their water use?
We do, I don't know that number. The applicant, when they give their presentation, they will speak to the water that they do recycle, but they do.
Okay.
I will say, just from a staff perspective, and kind of in general, when we're talking about approving an SUP, we are talking about the use. We're not talking about the applicant being so-and-so, it is that use. So if city council were to approve a car wash and the applicant that built the car wash then decided to sell, that use goes with the land. It's
Right.
not per owner.
I mean, obviously, and this touches on an email that I sent to folks about 5 o'clock when you all were starting to do other things that were more interesting than read my emails. But it gets back to sort of the question of, are we supposed to be looking at what they're proposing and we approve it unless we find a reason to disapprove it? Or are we expecting to look at it from the other side, to say, prove to us that you are doing something worthwhile so that we ought to be giving you this benefit, this boon of approving the SUP? And as I said before, I'm frankly concerned that if we spend all of our time trying to evaluate whether there are enough negative impacts so that the negativity rises to the level to say no, that we're looking at the question backwards. And we can talk about that more later on.
Mayor Snook, did you see Lisa Robertson's response to your email?
I did. And she acknowledges the tension without affirmatively disagreeing with me.
Chair, I apologize, I did have one more question.
Please.
Has there been any analysis or thought on staff side of how this does or doesn't align with future plans in this corridor, including our future smart scale applications, as well as the long-range safety plan?
I think from a safety plan, when traffic looked at it, they did. I would say not from a improvement plan, other than was outlined in the report.
Thank you.
Can I ask one more question?
Please.
On the bicycle facilities in that area next to where the crosswalk are being put in, are those compliant with standards?
I believe they're in compliance with our bike ped master plan standards.
Which markings are you referring to?
I guess I'm referring to the bike lane with no markings within it that suddenly ends.
Yes, it ends as it approaches the intersection and goes into the right and left turn lanes. Is that the one that you're referring to?
Yeah, I mean, kind of the whole bike lane system in general there, including where it ends.
Yeah, I mean, the width, you're talking along Harris then, correct?
Yes, sorry, along Harris.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, the width of it is correct. The markings of it, and generally speaking, as you approach an intersection and as you approach, splitting into multiple lanes, ending a bike lane where there's no longer room to have a dedicated lane is common practice.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Offley. I'd like to hear from the applicant at this time.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. My name is Valerie Long. I'm with the law firm of Williams Mullen, and we're here representing the applicant for this special use permit application. We do have members of our project team participating remotely, so they can hear us, and I want to just introduce them briefly. We have Craig Van Bremen, who is the Director of Development for the applicant company Green Clean Car Wash, and we also have two engineers with Kimley Horn, who prepared the concept plans that we'll show you, as well as the noise study that's been discussed. I do have some slides. I understand that you'll be, okay, great, thank you. So I'll show those. And I guess I just let you know to advance each time? Okay, thank you. You all are generally familiar with the site. This is a rendering. We'll show that again later. Next slide. This is the general location. I know you're all familiar with the location. I just wanted to clarify the zoning of the site and the parcels surrounding it, as well as those on the opposite side of both Harris Road and 5th Street. As noted, the zoning is the Highway Corridor District, which, as stated in the ordinance, the purpose of which is to facilitate development of a commercial nature along auto-oriented corridors like 5th Street. Next slide. And then likewise, the comprehensive plan designation for the parcel is urban mixed-use corridor, which contemplates a higher intensity mixed-use development arranged along corridors between employment, commercial, and civic hubs of the city, which I think is an appropriate designation for this parcel. These are images of the existing property, the vacant bank building there, and these are from Google Street View, by the way. Just one thing here I'll point out is obviously with the bank vacant, you don't see a lot of activity there now, but I also just point out the state of the landscaping and plantings on site. It is certainly not up to your current standards, and we'll show you some renderings and plans that will be much more what you all would expect. Next slide. Likewise, this is just the view from the existing travelway, looking at the bank building, with 5th Street not visible, but in the beyond. Next slide. This is a version of our conceptual plan. Without a cursor, I can't use it quite as well, but I'll sort of walk you through those. Happy to answer, of course, any questions at any time. Maybe I'll start at the very top center of the page is a proposed sidewalk that does not exist now that would go across the travelway entrance and would help, among other things, with obviously pedestrian safety, particularly given the location of the elementary school down the block. Starting on the left side of the page, you can see hopefully that is the entrance, and then the 3 rows of the queuing of the cars and the pay stations that are there. The cars would then pull forward into the building, proceed through the building during the wash cycle, and then exit the building on the right side, and then come around, and obviously those are parking spaces, and next to each of those parking spaces is a vacuum. If people want to use those vacuums, not all of them will, but they are an option. And of course, you can see a sidewalk internal to the site as well. Next slide. It's a copy of the landscaping plan that we also submitted. I circled just for reference. I know it's very hard to see, but that is just a note indicating that the proposed planting strip adjacent to Harris Road would be an S3 category buffer, which most of you all probably know is the highest level of buffering and screening that your zoning ordinance contemplates. So that would be proposed, and then the rest is conceptual. Obviously, it's intended to demonstrate the ability to comply with the landscape ordinance, but all of those specific details would be worked out at the site plan stage. Next slide. Here's some renderings. They're conceptual renderings we had prepared. This is obviously an overhead view looking at the site if it were developed as planned, and that's 5th Street in the lower side of the page and Harris Road on the right. We have a few more that's probably maybe a little easier to see. Next slide. You can see the building there adjacent to 5th Street, parking along this in the parking lot. You can see the black fixtures for the vacuums, which we can talk more about, and the planting buffer there. These are obviously just conceptual renderings, not exactly or necessarily exactly as shown on the concept plan with regard to specific plantings, but we tried to demonstrate consistently what it would look like. Next slide. Another view just from the opposite direction. Next slide. And this is a conceptual rendering, obviously from 5th Street. I will note that this slide, the proposed plantings across the front of the building do not show up very well here. We have a few other slides where it shows it better, but I just wanted to point that out. It'll look better than that once it were, if approved and built. Thank you. Next slide. This is a conceptual rendering, obviously from Harris Road, looking towards the site. The plantings there probably would be more, that probably doesn't represent a true S3 level screening. It would be more than that, and the ordinance calls out very specifically what an S3 screening landscape plan requires. You can see the black sort of hoses that represent the vacuums that would be used. And you can obviously see in the distance the additional parking in the building itself. Next slide. Similar view from the corner there at Harris Road and the entrance to the shopping center. Next slide. And similarly, a conceptual image looking at the site from the shopping center entrance road. Next slide. One issue I'll touch on now, we appreciated the questions and comments that were made about the concerns about noise. We had a community meeting last month and heard similar concerns and questions about that. So we wanted to at least provide some ideas of what we have in mind in terms of addressing those. So in addition to those that Mr. Raffaelli mentioned, our team worked hard over the last few days actually to come up with a few other ideas that we wanted to share with you. So this is new to you all, but just as an example, the two smaller red circles, the more round ones, those are areas shown on the plan that they're listed as a vacuum pad. The technical term, I'm told, is the vacuum producers. And Mr. Van Bremen, again, with the company, tells me that with regard to the vacuum noise, it's not so much the vacuums themselves that make the noise or emit the noise, but it's the vacuum producers. So once I understood that better, in noting the one that is adjacent to Harris Road, I started asking questions about what could we do to minimize the noise. If that's the noise emitter, we need to be sensitive to the fact that it's right adjacent to Harris Road where people have concerns. So, and then the one more central is just a second one. So they came up with some really good ideas. If you'll go to the next slide, or a really good idea. The proposal is to relocate both of those vacuum producers inside the dumpster enclosure. So the dumpster has to be enclosed anyway, and so they can expand that dumpster, tuck those two producers inside, and the dumpster's enclosed, and that will, we feel very confident, will not only reduce the noise generally by having them enclosed, but also by moving them away as far as possible from Harris Road, and then the residents on the far side of Harris Road will make a significant difference. So that's one proposal that the applicant is willing to memorialize in a condition if it's the commission's preference. And then next slide is the second proposal we have. Oh, sorry, I have these conceptual renderings where I showed generally where those are now, and then the next slide shows where they would be relocated to. There, the dumpster. So obviously moves them significantly further away, and then you can see the conceptual rendering of that enclosure. Next slide. Second idea we had was in looking at the original plan, and in the bottom right circled is a small retaining wall. That wall is actually going to be more sort of going down the hill, given the slope there. But also, we have an opportunity to use that wall to sort of reflect the noise away from Harris Road, because there is some noise that comes out of that end of the car wash, the fans that dry the cars. So on the next slide, we show a conceptual improvement. That is a longer wall. It extends further down Harris Road, which I guess that's west. And then we're proposing to extend that a little bit and then add a few feet to it so that it could serve as a potential, not only a screening wall, but a retaining wall, but also a potential screening wall and sound mitigator. Next slide. And just clarifying from the renderings where that location is. The wall's not really drawn correctly in that way, but it actually helped give us an idea of how we might use that to help it serve multiple functions. Thank you. So again, the proposal would be to extend that wall pretty much to the edge of where that circle is. Next slide. That was everything I had there on my slides. I would like, if I could, just take a few minutes to address a couple of the questions that came up at the beginning.
Please.
Mayor Snook, in response to your question about water recycling and recapture, our client tells us that they average about 80% of their water is reclaimed and recycled. And they tell me that that is better for water usage than if individuals were washing their car in their personal driveways, where it, of course, then just runs off into the storm drain system or elsewhere. And he's available if you have more questions on the technicalities of how they reclaim and capture that water. I believe that is everything. Obviously, we're happy to answer questions. I will just reiterate again, we very thoughtful about the challenges the city's facing right now with lack of school bus drivers and children walking to school. Children walking to school is generally a great thing, but we want to make sure it's safe, so that's why we added that sidewalk along the entrance there. And again, I'm happy to answer any questions or respond to any public comment.
Mr. Mitchell, questions for the applicant? Mr. Duranzio?
No, sir.
Mr. Habab?
No, thank you for that presentation. I had a quick question on that crosswalk. I saw in one of the images there was that like accessible ADA ramp that had the raised, the tactile portion. Is that part of the crosswalk?
It would certainly be, I'm not certain that it's reflected in that rendering. If it is, that's great, but I'm not sure. But certainly that's what the condition of approval that staff recommends would require, and we are agreeable to that requirement.
Thank you.
Certainly.
And Mr. Schwartz?
Yeah, I'm gonna go for it. You've got 21 vacuum spaces. What's the approximately how many? Does the owner or the applicant have an idea of what the right percentage of filling those would be? Like, do they anticipate? I'm assuming they don't anticipate 21 vacuum spaces being used at once. But it seems like a lot of spaces to provide. Is there a formula for how many cars they anticipate using it at peak hours?
I'm not certain, but I know that they will be, so I will ask Craig Van Bremen I don't know if he can unmute himself or if someone needs to unmute him. He is a panelist, and he can answer your question, Mr. Schwartz. Craig, can you unmute yourself and speak? We cannot hear you. Also, he tells me there are 20 vacuum spaces, not 21, but
okay.
Regardless. We're not hearing you. Greg. We may need to come back to it. This is the challenge of the hybrid in-person virtual meeting. Since he wasn't able to be here as well. I don't know if, yeah, there he is, Craig Van Bremen, like third one down. Yeah, it looks like you're unmuted, Craig, but we cannot hear you.
Your phone may be muted, your local phone in your hand?
No, I'm just using this for text messages to help me answer questions.
I was speaking to
But I know he's on because he was providing feedback, so I know he can hear us.
But he looks like he's on the phone, so he may need to do something special.
Yeah, maybe
He's
we'll,
not on the computer.
got it. If you're on your.
Valerie, can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can. Go ahead. Could you hear the question
I'm
okay?
so sorry for the technical problems there. Yeah, I did hear the question. Thank you all for your time. I really do appreciate it. So we provide those as amenities, and no, I don't think those vacuums will be used, all 20 will be used at any given time, but we do like to provide that as a service to our customers, and we find that customers like to have a little bit more room on either side. So even if they're just using one vacuum, in the center there, it's nice that they can open both their doors and kind of work side by side. So having enough vacuums to really maximize the site and maximize the customer experience for our customers is important to us, and that's why we have so many.
I may have missed it. How many generally run at the same time? Do all 20 run at the same time? Is that typical?
Could you hear that, Craig? How many vacuums typically run at one time? If there is a typical? Looks like you're muted again, Craig. We cannot hear you at this moment. Here he goes.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right. Okay. So the vacuums are on a central vacuum system, those are the vacuum producers that Valerie pointed out earlier today. So the vacuums are running consistently, but the noise that is produced by them really does come from those vacuum producers. It's more, once you're out of the actual vacuums, and I encourage you to look at our site on 29 if you have an opportunity to, but it's really more of just like a suction sound that's actually on the vacuums themselves. It's not a loud, like off and on, start, stop of a vacuum that you may be thinking of.
And I guess the root of my question was, do you have an anticipation to what your peak usage would be for number of, I'm trying to figure out, I know that our traffic engineer has calculated traffic, but I'm just trying to understand for myself what your peak usage might be.
Yeah, we don't really quantify the vacuum usage in that way because it is an amenity. It's not. It's something that we provide our customers as a complimentary service. So we don't have as much data as we might about actual wash lines. So I'm sorry, I can't provide real hard numbers about how many customers wash and use the vacuums.
Well, forget the vacuums. Do you have a model that you've created for how many uses, how many people would go through the car wash or just go through your site?
Maybe is there a peak hour?
Yes.
A peak? When are you most busy, Craig? What time of the day? What days of the week? Saturday morning, maybe?
Yeah, it's Saturday. Well, actually, the busiest times for us are generally on the commute home from work. So later in the afternoon, from about probably 3 to 5, 3 to 6 in the evenings, probably our busiest time.
And thank you. Mr. Stolzenberg, questions?
Yeah, that's helpful with the sort of distribution of sound between the producers and the hoses. So does that mean regardless of how many hoses are in use, the producers make just as much noise all the time?
Go ahead, Craig.
That is correct. If they're on, yeah, that is correct. If they're on, they're going to be making the same level of noise.
So regardless of how many vacuums are being used at one time, the same noise level is emitted. Is that correct, Greg? Is that your question, Mr.
From the actual vacuum producer, from the system, from the vacuum producer, it'd be a very similar noise level.
And then in your second to last slide, I think you showed the retaining wall kind of up against the edge. Do you have a sense of how that will block headlights, whether they'll still be able to get through to Willowboo Towns?
We haven't looked at that specific issue. There is some landscaping that's also proposed there and some existing vegetation, but certainly you know, the thought was that the wall would be several feet off the ground, and I say several just in very general terms. But certainly, I guess I'll ask Craig if comfortable saying that that would be high enough to block, I guess, typical headlight height. I know cars are all different heights these days, but certainly that would be an issue.
I think,
Go ahead.
yeah, Ryan with Kimley Horn would have better perspective than I on that.
Great.
Ryan, can you answer?
Yeah, I'm on. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Great. Yeah, so typically when we're blocking headlights, even if it's just with shrubs, we try to go to 36 inches. So we're flexible on this wall, whether it be 36 inches or, you know, possibly 42 inches, which is standard fence height. That would certainly block all the headlights. In addition to that, on the opposite side or the right-of-way side, street side, we would have significant plantings as well. So yeah, I don't think any headlights, our goal would be certainly to block all the headlights leaving. It could be easily accomplished through 36 inches to 48 inches in height.
And then, do you have a sense of how much moving the vacuum pads to the enclosure, the dumpster enclosure, will mitigate that noise production relative to the noise study you showed us?
I can't answer that question. And the sound engineer just texted me. Yeah, we haven't done that calculation yet or done that study. But that enclosure, I can tell you, is generally about 8 feet tall. So it'll be the same height as the producers. It's a block enclosure, 8-inch block plus a brick facade that generally matches the building. So it is a significant enclosure.
Okay, thanks. And then lastly, sort of in the spirit of pedestrian safety for our kids walking to school, I appreciate you guys offering that crosswalk. I guess a question for you. It sounds like our staff are fairly adamant that the traffic is not an adverse impact here. But in that spirit, and since you're already out there laying paint, would you be willing to do sort of any other paint treatment, for example, to the bike lanes, while you're there, that our staff traffic engineer and transportation planner might think is reasonable there?
I could speak for them.
Yeah, obviously.
Go ahead.
Safety is a big concern for us too. So we're happy to work with staff. There's something that we can do while we're working the right away to make sure that students can transit the property and get to the school up there in a safe way. We're happy to help accommodate the best we can.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Palmer, questions on this item for the applicant?
I don't have anything specific. I was kind of curious in terms of the employees at this location. Are there any staff on hand, or it was unclear in the statement?
Sure.
It looked pretty obvious.
There are, I believe, Craig Van Bremen can correct me, but I believe the plan is for at least 3 staff members at all times. I know I was at the company's existing site on Route 29 North, and they had 4 or 5 on Saturday afternoon, but go ahead.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We always, our sites are staffed all the time. Every time the hours that we're open, there's at least 3 staff members on there, sometimes 4 staff members. And we really do. We work to provide, this is a little bit of a side, but we really do work to provide good, high-paying, or good quality jobs for folks. We're a fast-growing company in the community. Not just in this community, but we're providing opportunity for our employees to really have some upward mobility. So it's an exciting time for our employees, but yes, the site is always staffed with at least 3 people.
Thank you. I have no questions. Mr. Payne?
Thank you. No questions.
Mr. Pinkston?
Yeah, I would just note that the sound like light follows the inverse square law. So the further you get it away, it's a geometric fall off in terms of versus linear. So I think moving the vacuum producers the way you did will make a significant improvement in the sound. Thank you.
And Mayor Snow?
I was just curious. I would have thought that headlights were not really a relevant concern, because I would have thought that most people would wash their cars when they could see what they were doing. Is that not the case? Is that really an issue?
Well, and with this business, the cars would go through the building, and obviously the car wash facility washes their car, and then they could just decide to drive on out and be finished, or they might decide to stop in the parking lot and vacuum out their car.
When they
And-
can't see what they're doing?
Well, there will be light poles on site. But as well, the operating hours, I believe, are till, I think, 8 PM on weekdays and 6 PM on Sundays. So certainly during certain times of the year, when it's dark earlier, it could be an issue.
It's puzzling to me. Of course, I'm
Yeah.
I'm somebody who drives around a dirty old car, so I can't tell you the last time I ever went to a car wash, but it struck me as odd that y'all were talking about that.
It's often an issue that comes up with drive-throughs, just, taking a look and making sure that it's not, lights for a drive-through restaurant or coffee shop are not gonna
Yeah.
shine right in someone's living room, for example.
Okay.
So something we try to be thoughtful about.
That's all I had. I just
Yeah. Yeah.
puzzled.
Good
Thank
question.
you.
Yeah,
Thank you. At this time, I would like to hear from the public.
great, thank you.
All right, so we will follow our similar procedures. We will call on our audience member who's present, and then we will alternate to our virtual audience. And we have a speaker in the room. Sir, if you could come up to the microphone and provide your name and address for the record.
I'm John Bye. I live on 513 Harris Road on 533 Harris Road, and we live directly across from the intersection. Not only talking about a wall breaking sound, we live on a hill. You can put a wall up that high. I feel very negative about this thing. Matter of fact, note to you guys, we had 2 ambulances hauled 2 away today, right at that corner. The deal is, this noise, I don't mind noise, but I don't want a continuous noise. How would you like to, somebody run a vacuum inside your house all day, a wet, dry vac? Can y'all stand it? I mean, it may be loud, it may be strong. It's a pitch of a thing. And it's just not right. I mean, I don't push my music on nobody else, and I don't believe in letting somebody else push their music on to me. I love music, but I want to be able to turn mine off and on when I want to, and not mess with somebody else. I have nothing against the car wash, except it's not the proper place for it. Edge of a community, residential community. I mean, we can't sit in our front yard, have a picnic or something in our front porch without listening to something continuous running. I don't care if it's low or high. You're hearing it. I mean, it's just the wrong place for it. And if it was on down the other end of the shopping center, fine and good. I have no gripes about it. But the deal is putting it right there on the edge of the residential community is wrong. And I'm sure if y'all go and look at the one on North 29, walk down through there and see they show some pretty pictures here. You don't see all the piping and everything, all the mechanical works running across, like the one down on 29. They show that, but this is an eyesore to me in my front yard. I mean, we're going to be overlooking, anytime in my yard, we're going to be overlooking all of that. And it's not right. It's devaluating, as far as I'm concerned, is my residential land is devaluating it. If it was, y'all wanted to sign my land commercial, I'll put a car wash up. So, I mean, that's the way I feel about it. And I wish every one of you go down there and look at the one. Walk from Food Line lot down on North 29 down to it, and you can hear it running. Over top of all the 29 traffic, which is 10 times or 15 times more than on Harris Road. So I think y'all really, really need, it's not fair, really. I've been there 52 years, and I don't think it's right. I thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, I did send a letter, had a email thing sent in today.
Received. Thank you very much.
So I want that on the record.
We got it.
All right, we will now move to our virtual audience. We have a speaker, Claire Ditton Spalding. Claire, are you able to hear us?
Hello, I am able to hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Go right
great.
ahead.
Let me know when I can start.
Yes, right now.
Okay, great. So my fiance and I live at 137 Old Fifth Circle, which is directly across the street from where the car wash is proposed, across the street of Harris Street. I extremely urge you to deny this application. We're really opposed to the development of the Green Clean Auto Wash because it already, at that intersection, there's already a ton of traffic. There's a huge car accident there today that stopped traffic at 3 p.m. It's a difficult and deadly intersection where we both walk and bike, and adding a car wash would attract cars to the area and make it more traffic heavy. I believe some of the speakers today have noted that the bank has been closed for quite some time. So the direct comparison between a car wash and a bank isn't one-to-one with the current situation. So in addition to the increased traffic, we're concerned about the increased traffic. It's already overcrowded. It's a difficult intersection. Car wash will already attract cars that just increase traffic and danger. It's also, a car wash is not pedestrian or biker friendly. Over the past 2 years, we've attended some meetings and contributed to re-envisioning of Fifth Street. I know there are plans to make Fifth Street more walkable and bikeable, and adding a car wash and that increased traffic would just counteract those plans. And if Charlottesville truly wants to become less car dependent, the city ought to seek new forms of development that don't directly service cars. So we are urging you, and I'm urging you, to deny that application with a special use permit. Thank you so much.
And thank you.
All right, do we have any other further speakers that are present in the room? I don't see any at this time. Do we have any virtual speakers? Please raise your hand, or if you're on a phone line, press *9. All right, Chair. Doesn't appear we have any additional speakers at this time.
Thank you very much. I'd like to close the public hearing at this time. I would like to move to discussion of this item. Mr. Mitchell, could you please set us off?
Well, I ain't got much. The little bit I've got is that I think the noise issue can be mitigated based on some of the things that we've talked about. But again, 95 accidents in that up and down that corridor in the last 3-4 years. We've lost 4 lives. There have been 6 fatalities. 6 serious injuries. 4 fatalities, 6 injuries. That gives me a little heartburn. And I know that Mr. Duncan suggests that the traffic won't be significant, but any operation like this has just got to drive more traffic. People turning in off of 5th Street into Harris Street. So the noise doesn't bother me, but the safety does.
Mr. D'Orazio?
Yeah, I'm not sure I have a lot either, but I'll try to be succinct and valuable despite my dispensation from the mayor. As to the noise, yeah, I tend to agree with Commissioner Mitchell. There seem to be ways to mitigate that. I'd also sort of, I deplore this, but in fact, background ambient noise disappears, as anyone who is standing in the middle of their house when the power cuts off recognizes how many little motors and engines there are in fact in their house that they don't hear minute to minute. Not to minimize it, but I think that's going to tend to fly. And then onto the traffic point, right now it's a vacant bank. Any use is going to be substantially more. And to Commissioner Stolzenberg's earlier point, if Bodo's rolls in, no one's going to have a word to say about the traffic issue. There's no place to make that complaint. They're going to roll in and they're going to start. moving traffic through there. So I'm not really sure I don't see the traffic in and of itself because of this is particularly dramatic. And I understand that we've got 20 spaces, but I imagine that some of that is not for a full-fledged vacuum. It's to pause for a second to throw your trash out or whatever. You're not actually doing the whole thing. But, yeah, so I think that's about all I've got.
Well, you know, your point is well taken, because by right, we could get photos and the traffic would be as bad, and we might not get the help with the work on the streets that we want these guys to do, the crosswalks and the famous boards, of course.
But you
That's
wouldn't,
your point.
you wouldn't get a drive-through Bodos without an SUP, correct?
Correct.
Well, yeah,
Correct.
but I mean, just not to argue with the example, but you're gonna get a whole lot of tires rolling into that into that parking lot if you open a Bodos or something similar there. You know.
Mr. Habab, please.
No, I agree. I think looking at it, as a noise issue mainly, and everything else is, could happen with the By Right project. I think the applicant moving those vacuum producers into the site as, shows that they're listening to the complaints and trying to address them, and I'm confident that it could be mitigated later on. That's it for me.
Mr. Schwartz?
Yeah, I feel kind of stuck on this because it's, we're, current uses that are by right are, a gas station or a repair or service shop. And, a repair shop can be pretty noisy. So I guess I'm, a little bit to Mayor Snook's question, which was, are we looking at this as something that's a negative that we need to mitigate, or will we only approve it if it's gonna bring something better to the area? And I realize that our existing zoning and even the entrance corridor guidelines, talk about car-oriented buildings, but then, our comp plan talks about mixed use and 5 to 8 stories in height, and, this is a really sad use for this corner. No offense to the applicant, because I'm sure it's a fantastic use for them, but as far as planning and zoning wise, it's a little depressing. So I don't know if, again, if we're looking at it in terms of, a use that any negatives can be mitigated and then we'd approve it, I think they can accomplish that, as others have said. But if we're looking at it in terms of it needs to bring something special to the area, it definitely doesn't pass that. I will say just a quick commentary with the bike lane or lack of bike lane on Harris. If you look at the city's bicycle pedestrian master plan, the maps that they have in there for level of stress, there is a up and down 5th Street, it's all level 4, which is the highest, and there's an itty bitty little spur of level 4 on Harris Street, which is the north border of this property, which is where the bike lane ends. So, I don't know that we can require this applicant to improve that situation, but it definitely, the city, I don't think should look at this intersection as complete and satisfactory as far as bikes are concerned. That's my soapbox.
Mr. Stolzenberg, please, soapbox.
Thanks. Oh, yeah, I got one of those. Yeah, so I agree with Commissioner Schwartz in a lot of respects. Certainly my first impression of this, as a guy who also drives around, well, doesn't really drive, but has a dirty old car that doesn't go to a car wash, is that it is kind of a sad use for this intersection and what we hoped it would be. And it made me wonder if the seller's broker and or the applicant were aware that there was a zoning determination that the highway corridor has unlimited density by right until we rewrite the zoning code. But alas, this is what's before us. And I think I'm fairly strongly of the opinion that if you believe that we shouldn't have car washes in the city, it's not really an invalid opinion, and that almost got the last 2 car washes shot down. I think they passed 3-2 in council. But I think the venue to do that is a zoning text amendment that removes car washes as an allowed use, and not by denying an SUP for vague reasons that aren't related to adverse impacts. That said, I think there are adverse impacts here. I think noise and light pollution are some of the very most classic adverse impacts that we need to, or that we're supposed to be worried about as a body that does zoning, even though our profession has gotten away from that over the decades. And I think noise in particular is something I'm very worried about, especially with this noise study that basically promises to violate the noise ordinance. I do think that is that the move of the noisy things into an enclosed area would probably mitigate it significantly. And I'm wondering if we can craft a condition that limits the noise to some fairly strict level, measured from the property line or the nearest residential property line. Ideally, beyond what the noise ordinance would require. It seems like it's an engineering problem that can be solved. You could bury the vacuum producers in a pit 20 feet underground, it wouldn't produce any noise. It's just a matter of engineering it, right? And I don't know the extent to what putting it in a dumpster enclosure will do, since I just heard about that 5 minutes ago. But I think a noise study or something of the like, by the time the site plan rolls around, could say, well, this will be less than 50 decibels to the property line, or something like that. Similarly with lights, I think we should add a condition that headlights won't bleed over into the neighboring properties. I think it's not really required in the code, and it's good to hear that they plan on mitigating that, but I do want to, enshrine that as a condition. Similarly, full cutoff lighting. And then I think what Commissioner Schwartz said on traffic and bike facilities is also dead on. While it may be a small percentage of trips at the Harris 5th intersection, it's still probably a fair number of trips in that driveway Harris intersection. We're talking 43 trips at peak hour, which I would have appreciated being in the application, incidentally. And I think if we can get bicycle improvements, at the very least paint treatments to that intersection, that would be very much beneficial in mitigating those impacts. I guess I would ask staff if we can enshrine their representation that they're willing to work with transportation staff as a condition on this. But I do appreciate, regardless, that they will hopefully do that. But those, I think, are the things that so I'm fairly ambivalent about it, but I'm leaning towards approval with some rigorous conditions to make sure that this doesn't have impacts on the neighbors across the street.
Mr. Palmer, please.
I don't have any comments, thanks.
Of course. Briefly, I would say that I'll be very pleased for the property owner to be able to do as they desire with their property. I see a benefit to that. I see a benefit to the jobs. I see a benefit to the revenue. I do see troubles. I believe that, but I agree that there are engineering solutions that we can use to mitigate those. Mr. Payne, please.
Yeah, the mayor raised, I think, an important point, and as I read it, the applicable standard, which is council may approve in its discretion whenever the public necessity, convenience, general welfare, or good zoning practice requires. To me, it would seem that our default would be to look for reasons to approve an SUP. Meaning we should look for, is there a compelling reason how this benefits the general welfare? And that is completely within our discretion to approve or deny. And there is absolutely no requirement that we need to look or should look upon an SUP of something which we default to approving. Quite frankly, it seems like our legislative discretion is broad enough that we could use whatever standard we want that we consider to be advantageous to the general welfare. But in either case, this proposal would fail either standard to me. I do see there being adverse impacts on the adjacent residential neighborhoods in terms of noise, light, and traffic. As others had mentioned, the traffic at that the smaller neighborhood intersection as well as at the main one. And more broadly, one of my concerns is, there's the principle of economies of agglomeration. In other words, if you build one car lot, why are there a bunch of car lots that pop up next to them? Same with drive-throughs. I would consider this to be a drive-through use. It's just that it's a drive-through for a car wash rather than, a restaurant. And my concern is that if we approve this, it's basically going to be creating a lot of path dependency, where the pattern of development in this area will be more drive-throughs and more car-centered uses. We know that there's already been a fatality at this intersection. As others mentioned, there was a crash today at 3 p.m. at this intersection, which I hope, to my knowledge, is not fatal, but was serious enough that it could have been if you look at the pictures of it. And there could be a by right development, which is as negative for the neighborhood in the community, but there also could be a lot of by right uses which are way better. And by right uses that include residential development as well. All that to say, I don't see how this benefits the community or that neighborhood. I do see how it has adverse impacts in terms of the traffic. I don't see how this conforms with our smart scale applications, the safety improvement plans long-term, or the recent action we just took to reduce the speed limit here. It seems like we're basically saying, if we approve it, hey, let's use our complete discretion to greenlight a national chain drive-through and kind of forget about all the things we said we were actually going to plan to do on this corridor. So that's where I'm at.
Mr. Pinkston, please.
Yeah, I don't have anything to offer in addition to what's been said. I'm listening to what people have said. I can see how this might be an amenity to the community to have this option. I think even in Charlottesville, people might like to wash their cars from time to time. And so I could see how it would be an amenity to the community, and the things that Mr. Sully Yates mentioned in terms of, perhaps the commerce that would be derived by having that there, and jobs and so forth. I can see those things too. On the other hand, I'm not sure that it's the best use for that space. I do have concerns in terms of the noise and the light and the traffic. And how it fits into our smart scale work in that area. So I'm still on the fence about it.
Mayor Snook, please.
A lot of the discussion tonight has been a discussion that's appropriate to the consideration of a site plan. Can you mitigate various effects? Can you deal with screening of the neighbors of sound and light and so on? That's not, although that's part of the SUP consideration, that's not all of it. As I noted in my earlier comments, I just feel like an SUP application, an SUP granting, ought to contribute something to the community in return for getting a variance, or I shouldn't use the word variance, that has a technical meaning, in return for getting a deviation from the norm. And I've voted to approve, I think, every SUP application that has had a housing ramification, because I could see that we needed more housing, and that was a definite positive. I'll say I'm not morally opposed to car washes. My number one son worked at a car wash in high school. It gave him a great opportunity to make some money, and I fully appreciate the effects of the economy. But I think we have to consider more than that. And I don't know what this project, I mean, it would be different if there was no other place in the community where you could get your car washed. It would be different if there were not zones and property zoned accordingly that allowed for the installation of a car wash. There's no particular reason that a car wash is necessarily needed or appropriate here. And I confess, I don't know what I really have in mind for that stretch of the entrance corridor, but it's probably not a car wash. Just leave it at that.
Thank you. Mr. Ronzio, please.
Am I mistaken, but isn't there a car wash about 400 yards down the road? From this, farther down Fifth Street?
There will be two soon.
There goes those economies of agglomeration.
So this is not a leading indicator, this is a trailing one. We've already got two down there. Okay.
On the other side of 64.
No. we've
No,
got-
before you,
No.
right by Wegmans. Wegmans.
Yeah.
The other side of Fifth Street, though.
Right down at the bottom of the hill.
I mean, it is
There's
called the
one
highway
end, there'll be,
corridor. for a
another
reason.
yet to be named one on the other end.
Right. So, to your question about the amenity for the community, the amenity appears to be present.
And, you know, the intent of the zoning district is for auto-oriented uses. Should we have a zoning district that's encouraging auto-oriented uses in 2022? I think is a good question, but that is the stated intent of the district, and we haven't changed it yet.
Additional discussion on this item? I would also entertain a motion.
I guess, well, I'd like some help crafting conditions if we are gonna recommend some, or we can recommend denial. But, you know, I think what a couple people over there said, about, you know, Bodos, I think the point I was trying to make was less that you could have a Bodos here, and so there could be lots of traffic by right, therefore, we shouldn't be considering traffic as an adverse impact. My point was more that that's kind of, to me, almost a reductio ad absurdum, right? That, yes, there could be a Bodos, anywhere there could be a Bodos, traffic for any use can never be a by right impact because nothing can beat a Bodos. And, you know, to me, it seems obviously true that in SUPs we've considered here before, you know, many of them were even in places where there could have been a Bodos, which is not a drive-through. And yet, we found traffic was an adverse impact. And so, you know, I don't think it's a completely unmitigatable one, but it does seem to me that there is one. I was hoping we could craft a condition on noise that, you know, really put some teeth and some maybe even numbers and decibel levels on how noisy or how much that noise had to be mitigated.
You want to add a sentence to their condition 3? On page 77?
Do, and then the question I suppose would be, you know, what is a reasonable noise level to restrict it down to? You know, 65 is the legal limit, 60 is an air conditioner, 45 is a fridge. We have no idea how much putting it in that enclosure will help. Do the applicants potentially have some idea about what they think that is actually accomplishable?
Can I get some clarification on where you're going with the noise? You want to say, you want to put the noise, say, I want, you know, such that the decibel level at the nearest residential property line is X or less?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So what's X?
That's the question.
And what is the enforcement mechanism?
Right, that's my question as well. What does that look like in
They
reality?
demonstrate that it's going to happen in some way through modeling or something. that we can
Yeah,
then
I imagine it would be something we would put in the site plan so that it is engineered to hope for that, you know, and then otherwise, I guess it would.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
I would like to hear that motion, please.
I move that we recommend denial of application SP 22-00007.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
I hear a motion and a second, please, discussion.
I guess the way I'm looking at this is, I mean, I do not like that it's gonna be a car wash, but it is looking at the zoning itself in the highway corridor district. And we're at the stage where our comp plan doesn't match the zoning that we have, and how do we review these applications? And I think that's where we're all kind of struggling. I do wish it was more ambitious and would fit our, you know, wonderful future land use map designations, but it does kind of meet what is currently in the zoning to some extent, even though it's not by right. But, you know, looking at what is there now and what the intent of that district is, that's kind of my only hiccup.
I kind of like to piggyback on that comment, and I've mentioned this before. I mean, we're in this liminal state where we have an existing set of rules that we should be applying in some sort of consistent way. Because they're the existing set of rules, even though we don't exactly like them and have all sorts of hopes and aspirations for the next set of rules that do not yet exist. And do we paralyze ourselves with, I mean, that's a tension. Should it really be a tension? I mean, or should we, you know, or are those things that should be compartmentalized? We have something under the current rule that's being presented, we're gonna evaluate it that way. And when we've developed and crafted new ones, we're gonna evaluate it that way. But otherwise, I don't think we're being fair, or, you know, we're way far away from being transparent or clear on what the city will and won't do and wants and won't want. And we have a set of rules, and should we be applying them?
Yeah,
And not that it's absolute either, I mean, but shouldn't that be our default, that that's where we start? These are what the rules are. We have a car-centric zoning. We have something where it's a disused property, so any use of it's gonna increase traffic. You know, even a bike shop.
And to that point, to bring it back to the, to Mayor Snook's point about, you know, 34-157, the all discretionary zoning decisions and how to decide on them. You know, one of those things, you know, is public necessity, convenience, general welfare, or good zoning practice. And to me, you know, kind of informally saying something is a prohibited use without actually taking it out of the use matrix seems like bad zoning practice. And you know, we hear from developers, you know, usually building things that we would probably think are more beneficial for the city, about how frustrating and unpredictable this process is, and that's why we want to make a more predictable process. And, you know, I guess the question is, do we, you know, just plow through and keep doing it unpredictably until we make a whole new system? Or do we try to, you know, do good zoning practice in the meantime, even if the conditions aren't always ideal, though we do have the opportunity here to mitigate the adverse impacts, I think. And, you know, things like having a crosswalk so kids can walk to school, you know, it's a relatively small and cheap benefit. The city isn't doing it itself, and it is a meaningful benefit. So I guess I might be the swing vote here. Also, Jose, I think if you were hoping that we could avoid all the discussion of conditions by denying, we do usually recommend conditions, even if we recommend denial. Is that right?
No, I just wanted to move the conversation along.
That's fair. I'm just
Much
kidding.
appreciated.
Is that right, though?
Sometimes, yes, but usually in a separate vote.
Yes, yeah. Okay. So we still have to figure out what those should be.
I just wanted to quickly add that, you know, at some point in the past, somebody decided that car washes would be a special use permit. So they're not, I'm not sure that by denying this, we're using bad zoning practice. We're actually conforming to what is currently in the code, and I'm not sure I see a disconnect between applying that with the future comprehensive plan, which is just about, you know, more intensive uses. Anyways, yeah. I don't think we're violating anything by denying this, since it's not a by right use to begin with. At some point, someone determined that we need to review it and make sure that there's a reason it should be there.
I guess I would say my thoughts, for what they're worth, is that if you were denied to say, oh, it's on the edge of highway and right across from residential, so it's not the right place to do it, that's a reasonable reason to deny a special use permit within a zone that allows it, even if it mitigates all the adverse impacts. If you were to say, we should deny it because car washes don't make sense in Charlottesville anymore, that to me seems a little bit more arbitrary.
Additional discussion on this proposal? Ms. Creasy, would you please call the roll?
All right. Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
Mr. Durancio? Okay, Mr. Stolzenberg?
Nay.
Mr. Habab?
Nay.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
And Mr. Solis Yates?
Nay.
So the motion doesn't pass.
But thank you for it.
So we need another one.
Indeed. I would entertain a motion.
All right, I'll do that one.
Your service is appreciated.
It's about a landed ship. Let me find it. Oh, I threw it away because I'm over now.
So optimistic.
I read the crowd out. All right, I move to recommend approval of this application being special use permit application SP 22-0007 with the 3 conditions listed on page 14 of the staff report. And I'll open up to friendly amendments. Mr. Stolzenberg.
Yes, I'll second that motion, and I'll suggest, well, the 2 new conditions will be easiest. The first will sort of mimic 3 for light. It will say the applicant will work with staff during final site plan review to ensure any light created by patron headlights will not escape the property in the direction of the residences across Harris. Is that reasonable wording? We're gonna run with that one. The second will be echoing the full cutoff language we used for Lind Hall, which I definitely have somewhere here. It says outdoor lighting shall be provided. Well, I don't know about only, okay. All outdoor lighting and light fixtures shall be full cutoff luminaires. Can we say light spillover from luminaires onto public streets or abutting lots shall not exceed 1/2 foot candle? A spillover shall be measured horizontally and vertically at the property line or edge of public right-of-way or public easement, whichever is closer to the luminaire. That's the condition we use for Lind Hall. Is that appropriate here, even though the abutting property is also highway?
So that sounds like the lighting ordinance specifics anyway.
Yeah, I guess we could stick with full cutoff. So I guess where that came up in Lynn Hall is the lighting ordinance doesn't apply to all light fixtures, only those over 3,000 lumens, whereas this condition could apply to all of them. Is that a reasonable addition? Or at least internally logical and possibly legally enforceable?
Mr. Chair, I asked to request that Mr. Stolzenberg hit pause, rewind, and restate that in 3 or 4 cogent sentences.
Yeah, again, I mean, it's pretty basic. Same language as the Lynn Hall, full cutoff lighting. We've used it on a 6 applications in the past, I think.
I vaguely remember this.
Restate
Ms.
it?
Creasy, you remember this?
Oh, yes.
In fact, it was almost boilerplate language on our SCP conditions at one point, and then isn't on this one for some reason. I didn't think that one would be controversial. And the last one I would like to add to condition 3, an actual decibel level.
I'm not ready to accept that as a friendly amendment. I don't know how we're going to enforce that. We're going to have a cop standing out there with the decibel counter?
Yeah, so those are hard to, enforce after the fact. And we see that with Southern Crescent, right? That had a proffer related to noise that can't really be enforced because we don't have zoning administrators out there at 10 p.m. with a decibel meter. But I think because
For modeling in the site plan?
yeah, 3 is already about the site plan review. So it would be about, creating conditions within the site plan to mitigate noise to that extent. The question is, what extent?
65 at the property line, I mean, that's.
The noise ordinance?
That's the noise ordinance, that's where we sit, at the residential property line.
That still seems a bit high to me. I think we can do better. I mean, the noise ordinance is like you're blasting music. It's not really contemplating continuous noise every day of the year forever. You know, I feel like that's a bigger impact than what the noise ordinance is generally, you know, crafted to cover. To me, you know, at least that like 60 decibel level at this property line, the air conditioner would be appropriate, if not as low as, you know, 50 is a bit louder than a refrigerator. I think it would be much more helpful if we had any idea how much we're thinking about mitigating, which I think the applicant might have something to contribute. If we could recognize, sir, Chair?
Yes, please. Sorry, I was reading about noise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Stolzenberg. One, we do have on available the engineer with Kemley Horn who prepared the noise study. So I obviously am not an expert, and I would defer to him on technical questions like you raised. But so I would ask him to weigh in a minute, but I did want to mention just a couple things for what it's worth. The experts do say that they they're very confident that the proposals we've made, particularly regarding relocating the vacuum producers to the center of the site and enclosing them within the dumpster, will make a significant impact. We're very comfortable with the condition as it was written by Mr. Alfie to work with him to mitigate the noise. As you can see, it says any noise. It's even more strict. Frankly, that's a little bit little more vague than I might be normally comfortable with, but nevertheless, I wasn't going to object to it because I wanted to convey the message and the point that the applicant is very willing and concerned about reducing and preventing any noise impact on the neighbors. So we thought that was the best way to handle it, in addition to committing to the two new changes with relocating and enclosing the producers and adding the wall and extending the wall. To the extent that is not sufficient, we are happy to work with more. With regard to a certain dB level, I will just note, in case you're wondering, Albemarle County has a noise ordinance that has a nighttime limit of 55 decibels and a daytime limit of 65 decibels, and that is in the so-called residential receiving zone, and it applies. So that's what the limits are in the county for what that's worth. I will also tell you that the county has very many challenges with enforcing their ordinance. They do not have the technical equipment necessary to do it. I've handled noise ordinance violations matters in the county, and they had to rely on our clients' technical experts. So it's challenging. And I'm not an expert, but in your comment, Mr. Stolzenberg, I think it was table 1 in the noise study where you noted levels of 78 something. Again, I'm going to ask the expert to confirm this, and I'm told he's ready to chime in. But I believe that's the sort of max limit, and that's not the standard. That's sort of a one-time over an average. I think it's a weighted 5-minute average or something. That what's the highest that we ever heard? But that's not necessarily how you measure it. You measure on an average. Anyway, sort of the equivalent could have been a car horn, a truck that drove by that honked its horn or just was loud. That could be what generates that noise, for example. But then in terms of, let me let them answer. And then I do have a few other points I would very much appreciate the opportunity to address if I could after this. But go ahead, Aaron, if you are ready and you can unmute yourself and speak to these issues.
Sure, I believe I'm unmuted, but I'll just make sure that you all can hear me.
We can.
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you for the time, and I appreciate the conversation and the focus on noise and noise compatible land use planning. Specific to table 1, as you pointed out, the LMAX values that are listed there are 1-minute max readings from when we took noise measurements on site. We were on site for an hour and collected noise measurements at 2 locations on the site. And so the 1-hour LEQ noise level that's presented there is the equivalent noise level for that 1-hour period. When we monitor noise levels And typically when we are looking at the application of noise ordinances across the country, that 1 hour LEQ, that 1 hour equivalent noise level is typically what's used for enforcement and planning purposes and ensuring that a particular use is consistent with the adjacent environment. We do like to capture both min and max noise levels while we're out there because we recognize that noise levels fluctuate not only throughout the day, but even over the course of an hour or a few minute period. And so what we've presented here is just the data as we collected it. In regards to specific decibel limits at property lines, I think this is one of the challenges with noise ordinances across the country. And you've kind of run into it through the discussion tonight. How do you set a noise level limit that's enforceable? And frankly, how do you measure what that noise level is from one particular site because of the contribution of lots of different sources in the environment out there? So what we've shown in our table is that during the course of an hour period on a typical Thursday, noise levels are higher and lower than what's currently specified in the ordinance. And we are looking to plan for and mitigate noise on our site to be consistent with the existing ambient noise environment. The inverse square law was mentioned earlier. Point sources of noise will typically degrade at about 6 decibels for every doubling of distance. So if we're predicting a noise level of 65 decibels at 25 feet for the vacuum pump producer, we would expect that to then be 59 decibels at 50 feet, and then 53 at 100, and so on and so forth from there. The concrete block wall that Ryan mentioned that will surround the dumpster enclosure could have a 20 to 30 decibel sound transmission loss or prevent noise transmitting through that material to that level. And so just again, kind of order of magnitude, you're looking at a 20 to 30 decibel reduction by putting those vacuum producers inside of an enclosure. I'll pause there. I know there's lots of discussion, lots of questions that have been asked, but happy to answer anything else specific or generally about noise or the site.
Yeah, I think that was really helpful. I mean, I kind of reject the idea that it matters that it was, a momentary noise and not the 5-minute average, because the noise ordinance doesn't say anything about a 5-minute average. I recognize it's usually hard to enforce noise ordinances, but since this is a constant noise, and ideally, I would think something that could be modeled in advance, it seems more doable. The numbers on how much we can expect a reduction from what you proposed earlier is very helpful. And I guess my question for you is, are you not confident enough in those numbers that we could take what your projections were and subtract, say, 20 decibels from them and call that the limit? And then, or is the problem more that it's too difficult or not possible to create a model that you'd be able to say this site plan in this configuration will be 45 decibels or less?
Yes, that's a good question. We did not specifically model and predict future noise levels for the site. So we took measurements at the proposed location to measure the ambient background noise levels. We took measurements at another Green Clean facility, and then made a comparison and made some observations about how those two different sets of noise measurements compare to the noise ordinance in Charlottesville. We can absolutely create a noise model that would give you predicted noise levels in and around the site based on anticipated usage and the sound levels of the various pieces of machinery and any potential abatement measures that would be introduced on site, whether it's the dumpster enclosure, the screen wall at the exit of the dryers, etc. So if I waffled, it's because we haven't done the math of the actual computer modeling, not because it's not possible to do.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess I was just assuming that in your current proposal, it would be no more than 65 decibels at the nearest residential property line, because otherwise it would be illegal.
That's correct, yes. Our intent is to comply with the letter and the intent of the noise ordinance, which is 65 decibels at the receiving line of the adjacent property.
I would like to return to regular order soon, please.
So then perhaps a reasonable condition would be that the applicant does produce a noise model, and that noise model reach a particular threshold.
That works.
Would that work, Aaron? Is that, I don't know what that involves or how long that takes. And
I can't do it this evening, but we're certainly happy to pull that together. That would ultimately be up to Craig and his team to authorize us to do that. But,
And then a possible consideration for the commission would be, do we want to make that a condition of the site plan as part of granting this SCP, or are we uncomfortable with approving anything until we have some idea what's going on because we have insufficient information right now, and think about deferrals?
We got a motion we're crafting, let's finish it and see what happens.
All right, then I would propose an amendment to the motion to, I don't have my conditions page pulled up anymore.
Mr. Mitchell, are you still amenable? I'm looking at your face.
Oh, yeah, I'm wanting to.
Well, so are we good on the light conditions?
Yeah, we're good with that. Go
Yeah,
on
the
with
light's
that.
fine. I think for just the noise sound one, the intent is to specifically, it's the equipment that make the vacuum equipment, right? That's what they're measuring, and that's what we're designing around. How much noise it's emitting at the property line, let's say, because I don't know how they could, I mean, I guess thinking about it, are we taking into consideration when we say noise, are they gonna have to do a model with all the cars and the machinery for the car wash, like machinery itself, and are we looking at all of that, or are we just kind of like focusing the design solution that they're gonna have to provide to the vacuum? Like when they enclose it, is that what they're measuring? Or just to kind of give direction to how we want to craft our
Yeah,
condition?
I mean, I think it's reasonable to restrict it to the vacuum, which I'm assuming would also make your noise or your study model easier. I mean, I don't want to require a model if it's, just sort of an exercise in pleasing us to meet some condition, and it's going to tell us something we already knew, which is that if you enclose it, it's not going to make much noise. So at least reasonably restricting the model.
What's the default output of this thing at 20 feet or whatever? The noise of this thing?
do you want me to ask him to repeat his statement about his estimate in terms of what it would be at 50 feet and so forth?
Well, I want to know what the thing is at proximity.
I would prefer to hear from staff at this
Yeah,
time,
yeah,
just to
okay.
focus the conversation.
Sure.
Do we have staff on this?
Did you get down that specific number? No.
Understood. Then yes, please, as an external resource, that would be appreciated.
I'm sorry, were you speaking to me, Mr. Chairman? or-
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
If you do have that number available.
Yes. Aaron, could you please repeat the statement? I couldn't catch your statistics, but you indicated when you were discussing your estimate of the noise reduction by enclosing and relocating the vacuum producers, that at 50 feet it would be X and 15 feet something else. I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Sure.
And
So
elaborate.
there were two statements that I made that I think are getting joined together, and so I want to just be clear that they're two separate discussions. The first is that I would expect the enclosure around the vacuum producers and the dumpster enclosure to reduce noise levels at the source by 20 to 30 decibels. The second piece of the conversation was an example of how point sources of noise reduce by 6 decibels in the ambient environment for each doubling of distance. So the example I gave was if you have a 65 decibel noise source or that's measured at 25 feet, that at 59 feet you would expect that same point source to then be 59 decibels, and that at 100 feet that would be 53 decibels. So two different statements.
I guess the question I was asking was, you're saying if it were 65 decibels, then it would be. I'm saying absent our wall, if you're standing 10 feet away from one of these producers, how loud is it?
I would have to back check the data and see what the measurements for that are.
Or at any reasonable length, how loud are these things really?
Well, it sounds like pretty loud. They go up to 80 decibels at the edge of the other property they're measuring at, right?
If I could ask Aaron to also speak to, I don't have the noise ordinance with me, but I assume that it states how the measurement is to be taken. Is it over a 5-minute weighted average, Aaron, or something to that effect?
No, it doesn't make a specification on how the measurement should be conducted, to my memory.
So then how would it be enforced when you have ambient noise at the same time as the use occurring? How does that work in a typical situation? If you have an ordinance, it doesn't say how do you measure. Is it the loudest noise, or is it, I don't know.
It would be up to the enforcement bodies and ultimately, I guess, up to a judicial body to determine how that would be enforced.
I think
Just for clarification, so the applicant can't tell us how loud their producers are in a static environment. You turn this thing on, you're standing in front of it, how loud is it? That's,
I mean, I think we can if we undertook a specific measurement with that focus. And I think we can do that. Certainly, there's plenty of examples to do that.
Please, Mr. Pinkston.
Yeah, I mean, if you just had the cut sheet on a piece of equipment, they would
Right.
be able to say,
What's the
this is
stat?
what the
What are the
dBs are
stats?
at 10 feet away, and they should be able to tell you if you erected a CMU wall of this height,
Exactly.
this is what it would be
Right.
past that. So I think those are really, not even calculations, that's just something, that I'm not saying you should be able to do it now
No,
off
right.
the top of your head, but somewhere somebody has.
Can I throw something out there, and you guys can tell me if it's totally unreasonable? At the property line of this parcel, 45 decibels, verified by a sound study in the site plan configuration. So it's not something to be, it's something to be enforced at site plan via you guys creating a study. I'm sure Kimley Horn is happy with that. That, I think, memorializes essentially the 20 decibel reduction we can get. And for the neighbors, that would sound like a refrigerator running at the property line. And is that too much? Is that unreasonable? Or is that too expensive of a demand for a noise study?
I don't think it's an issue with regard to the demand of a study. I think I would say, again, I'm not an expert, and I will invite Aaron, who is, to chime in. If the ordinance, as you state, is the limit is 65 decibels in a residential zone, so across the street, to then require it to be 45 decibels, no more than 45 at the edge of the site? Or are you saying 45 on the far side of the street? I think what we're trying to do is comply with the noise ordinance, but what you're proposing is noise ordinance less 20 decibels. If
Yeah, I mean,
understanding correctly.
I was saying the closer lot line, and I mean, it's not quite double, so that's a 6
In
decibel
terms of
difference we were talking about.
regular order, I would like to have less back and forth with the applicant at this time. This is for discussion of the planning commission.
Sure.
Thank you.
I guess that's my proposal for a condition.
Well, I still don't know what your amendment is. I mean, I know the light, I know the light piece. What's your audible?
So, condition that the applicant provide a noise study that verifies in the site plan configuration the the noise level from the vacuum producer is, let's say, 45 decibels at the nearest residential property line.
I think that works for
think
me.
that is a reasonable proposal. My question is, how's it practical? How can they do that?
If they can produce a study that
Study.
meets, whatever professional standards are, that this is the likely, that we're there.
Yeah, they say it's, a noise at this source, it dissipates with this amount for distance, there's this topography, and, there's a big wall blocking it, and maybe they have to add a roof to the enclosure or whatever to block a little more noise. It sounds like the study is not the hard part here.
I don't think the study is. And again, I would ask Aaron to chime in.
Ms. Long, please, no. Let's focus on the planning commission. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just trying, answer the question,
You are
and I
not being
don't
asked
feel I'm
questions at this
qualified
time.
to.
But thank you. You are not being asked questions at this time.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
This
thought
is
he
not questions
was.
for the applicant at this time.
Oh,
I
forgive me.
appreciate your willingness to assist.
Okay, I thought Mr. Stolzenberg was asking me a
He was
question.
not. I assure
I
you.
don't have the power to recognize you, sorry.
Thank you.
Right, let's see where it goes.
I just want to be sure if there's a condition imposed, we are
Please.
willing to agree to conditions, but we want to make sure they're
It's physically
reasonable and.
possible, yeah,
Yes,
that seems
thank you.
fair. I mean, that said, it seems to me that there are additional mitigating measures you could take, like a dumpster enclosure doesn't normally have a roof. So, in any case, it seems like it's not gonna matter what conditions we propose, because council is not looking favorably on this. So in the interest of wrapping up the discussion, what I think is a fairly reasonable proposal, which again is the bottom end of the reduction range they thought, 20 to 30. So again, that condition will be, the applicant will present a sound study demonstrating that in the site plan configuration, the noise produced by the vacuum producing equipment will be 45 dBA or less at the nearest residential property line, or fewer, sorry.
Is that clear?
Yeah, that's good.
So you had the lighting and you had the sound. Did you want to include staff's other conditions, or did you already say those?
Oh, yeah, those are adding up.
Those
yeah.
are those are my motion.
Sorry.
Additional discussion?
We talked for so long.
I guess the last thing I have, do we want to leave the site plan design open? Like, I know they moved the vacuums into that enclosure and we're kind of encapsulating this noise, but we didn't mention the adjusted design layout. Is that-
I would suggest that if we're asking them to do a sound study to make it quiet at the property line, that they can move the things wherever they want to make it work.
Yeah, I think that seems reasonable to me. The only other question, I guess, is they represented perhaps that they'd be willing to work with staff on any desired paint treatments for bike lanes that staff thinks are appropriate there, and whether we are able to incorporate that as a condition to memorialize it.
It could potentially be broad, because we don't know what those treatments exactly would be. And they're not gonna know until there's a configuration, but, something to the effect of, working with staff, for any additional appropriate, traffic markings. It's not very articulate, but, something to that effect.
Yeah, adjacent to the site and at the driveway intersection. Reasonable? We go with that?
Okay.
Everyone agree?
You wanna put it in one sentence?
I thought that was mostly one sentence.
Maybe Ms. Creasy can tell us what she's got.
Ms. Creasy, would you please read the language you have?
For the last one?
Yeah, yeah.
Period.
Okay, so it was noting, so I don't have it written down, but I'll work through it here. That the applicant would work with the city, or both groups would look at other opportunities for traffic safety paint markings that may be appropriate per the traffic engineer.
Was this your intent?
Perfect.
Mr. Mitchell?
And that's vague enough.
Thank you very much. Additional discussion on language, or are we prepared for a vote? I hear nothing.
Can I ask the applicant if that last condition just seems reasonable?
Please.
Given that it's something they sort of offered on their own? Is that in line with what you were saying earlier?
It is, but the sound noise standard is, our expert is telling me, is not reasonable.
Too harsh?
Yes.
The number?
If the noise ordinance on the far side of the street in the residential district is 65, you're holding this use to a significantly higher standard to reduce it by 20 decibels below what the limit is.
But it was already 65, and then you told us it would reduce it by 20 to 30.
Well, we were saying that by relocating the producers and enclosing them, we could be very confident that we could comply with the noise ordinance, or if the noise ordinance didn't technically apply, which it sounds like it does, that there would not be a noise impact on the neighbors.
I would like
So-
to wrap up the back and forth at this time, please.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess it kind of creates an issue, right? Yeah, we're proposing a condition that's impossible. It kind of alarms me a little bit that if it's a 20 decibel reduction at the nearest property line where it was required to be 65 before, and they're confident that now it complies, it implies that they were not confident before that it complies with the noise ordinance. So that itself seems pretty concerning.
That wasn't what I intended. If I misspoke, I didn't intend that. Regardless, our expert is saying that 55 would be reasonable. It would be challenging, but they could make sure that would work. Thank you.
And then 55, if we go back to your helpful graphic for comparisons,
Yep.
doesn't have a comparison, it's 5 under air conditioner though.
And
What do you guys think?
I think a household
55?
vacuum was 70 for comparison purposes.
I'd be pretty annoyed if you had a household vacuum at my property line every day
24/7,
forever.
Yeah.
But just for
Sounds like an
frame of
average.
reference.
Please, I appreciate
Thank
your
you.
wanting to help, but please.
Thank you.
What do you guys think? Willing to go up to 55? Call it 50? Doesn't matter, because council's gonna vote it down.
You know, that's not helpful.
Yeah,
Let's
so,
just-
yeah, I share your concern a little bit here in that, if, of course, I think clearly they were not claiming that it was at 65 at the source. I was trying to find out what a 65 source number, what the source number was for this piece of equipment. And I think we're being very specific about this piece of equipment, not ambient noise, not anything else. At 2 o'clock in the morning, you crank this thing up and stand on the property line, are you at 55 or lower, period?
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be running at 2 o'clock since the hours are
But
8.
there's no other ambient noise, that's my point, if you
Mhm.
want it, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, worth pointing out that, 70 is your reference, then 60 is half as loud and 50 is a quarter as loud, the way decibels work, right?
Take it to 55, and let's take a vote.
I would agree with 55.
Okay.
I hear
Everyone else is-
55. Any additional discussion, or are we ready for a vote? Ms. Creasy, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Schwartz?
No.
Mr. Derancio?
Aye.
Mr. Stolzenberg?
Aye.
Mr. Habab?
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell?
No.
And Mr. Sully Yates?
Aye. Thank you all very much. At this time, I would like to do we like a 5-minute break?
5-minute break would be good.
I think a 5-minute break. Thank you very much.
All right, Chair, Matt Alfley, City Planner, Neighborhood Development Services. Chair and Commission, tonight you'll be holding a discussion and making a recommendation to City Council as it relates to a critical slope waiver request connected to a proposed development referred to as Belmont Condominiums. Belmont Carlton Holdings LLC has submitted a critical slope waiver application prior to submitting a final site plan for proposed mixed-use development near the intersection of Carlton Avenue and Garden Street. The proposed by right mixed-use development would include 130 residential units, 8,750 square feet of commercial space, new private streets, reconfiguration of Holly Street, new city streets, and a connection to Spruce Street and open space. Also indicated in the application materials but not defined are 7 affordable dwelling units, accounting for 5% of the total residential units for the development. To construct the mixed-use development as presented, the applicant will need to disturb 86.4% of critical slopes on site. Of that 86.4%, 65.3% needs a waiver from City Council. The remaining percentage of the critical slopes would be exempt per section 341120B7C. One thing also to consider before I wrap up my presentation is, again, you are doing a discussion on the critical slopes. The layout presented with this is just a preliminary layout. It is not a site plan. Staff has not reviewed this layout to make sure it conforms to all regulations. So keep in mind things like setbacks, entrances. Those have not been reviewed by staff as they would be reviewed during site plan. So the layout is a general layout, but not one that has been reviewed for site plan conformity. This concludes staff's presentation. A majority of the staff report and accompanying materials are technical in nature, and the city engineer is available to answer any questions and clarify any points. I'm also available to answer any questions. The applicant representatives, Ashley Davies and Scott Collins, have prepared a presentation and are also available for questions prior to Planning Commission discussing the recommendation for City Council.
I see a piece of paper in front of me that Mr. Mitchell gave to you.
Yeah, I'll do that. Oh, I guess, are you going to me next?
That is my suggestion, yes.
Okay, cool. Me to make a quick statement. I may realize a direct or indirect benefit or detriment as a result of this application moving forward or not moving forward. The application would be P22-0039, a critical slope waiver for Belmont condominiums. I live very near this area, pretty much adjacent to the area. I live at 202 Douglas Avenue. This is one of 2 buildings in that complex. The complex has 42 condo units. I own 2 of those units, but there are a host of other owners, so a lot more owners in those units than me. So I have no single benefit or individual benefit from what might happen here. In spite of my proximity to this, and in spite of the fact that I own these units in the lofts, the city attorney has indicated that I may participate in these deliberations if, one, I let everyone know that I live adjacent to the property involved, and that I'm able to make a recommendation to council that is fair, objective, and most important, takes into account the greater public interest. And I am able to do that. I've also given Ms. Creasy and Mr. Soliates a more detailed and signed disclosure that was drafted by council. I mean, by the council, city attorney. So, questions?
Questions, please.
Just to get us all on the same page, it is not unusual for a critical slope to come before this body and be approved by this body before we have a good site plan. It is not unusual, it happens often, that, let me rephrase it. It is possible for a critical slope waiver to be approved by this body, but the site plan not to be approved. Is that accurate?
The only thing I would state is it's yes, but it's just a recommendation from this body, just not approval.
Right. Sorry, yeah, recommend, yeah. But it is not unusual that happens.
Correct.
would happen.
Typically, this body, even if a site plan is going along at the same time as the critical slope waiver, when this body is reviewing the critical slope waiver, the site plan is typically not near a state of approval.
Okay, so given that, the engineering department's unwillingness or inability to endorse the application based on finding 1 and 2 is not unusual.
Correct.
Okay, so I want to make sure that the public knows that what we're dealing with here is not an unusual situation. The current way that the water is being managed, the surfaces there are pretty impervious as it exists today, aren't they? Most of the surfaces there, and the question I'm trying to get at is how much more impervious will the surfaces be than they are today once this is implemented, if it is implemented?
I don't have a figure. I don't know if I can defer to the city engineer. I don't know if we have a number, Jack.
I can check. Give me 1 second. It may be.
The reason I ask is I think I read someplace in the either it was in the applicant's write-up or in your write-up, Mr. Alfie, that the conditions may be handled better if in fact the applicant is allowed to make some of the changes that they want to make. They may be handled better than they're handled today, and I want to make certain that I read that correctly.
You're talking about stormwater improvements?
Yeah.
And just to clarify, I believe you're looking for.
All right, so first.
Go ahead, Jack.
Sorry. Go ahead, man. No, was that a question to me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just getting clarification that you're kind of wanting to know what the impervious surface percentage now is versus pre-development versus post-development.
That was question number 1. Will we improve the ability to, yeah.
Mr. Dawson, can you hear us properly?
The question is, will we be?
All right, two questions. So I have to check and see what the percent impervious is. It looks like, looking at the map or the plans that were submitted, that there's certainly an increase of impervious. But it's, if you go out there, it's largely impervious or 60% impervious now. When we enforce the stormwater regulations, while a little complex, do speak primarily in quantity to where you release the water. And no matter what project it is, whether it has critical slopes or not, requires a land disturbing permit in the city, and therefore a stormwater plan approval, then you're not allowed in the 1-year storm. You have to meet certain requirements, and in a 10-year storm, you're not allowed to increase the amount of water that you discharge downstream in most situations. So that will occur on this project to the best we can enforce it, and the best that it's constructed and inspected and all those things, regardless if it goes forward, regardless of any critical provisions. In regards to the recommendation, so when I look at this thing, the way the application is written, it states that staff is supposed to make a recommendation based on the findings that are submitted. And those 2 findings are either essentially hardship or that the public benefits of the proposed project outweigh the existing public benefits. The way that the code is written, it references primarily environmental impacts when it discusses that. So finding number 1 is the public benefits of allowing disturbance of critical slope outweigh the public benefits of the undisturbed slope. And it talks about erosion control and all of these things. Finding number 2 is due to unusual size, essentially an unreasonable restriction clause. Typically the applicants don't actually address those things. So the response number 2 about due to unusual size, topography, shape, location, other unusual physical conditions, it goes, the applicant's description talks about the majority of existing critical slopes are man-made slopes created with the grading for the existing business site improvements. It doesn't talk about hardship at all. So if I read those, there's no reason that I would recommend, based on either the findings as the applicants presented, that yes, this is clearly under finding number 1 or finding number 2, should be approved. So there is no recommendation. That being said, what's the final condition that was in the report talks about the 125% water quality treatment. And that is above and beyond what we can require, which would be 100%. And we typically cannot require that that's actually done on site. So that is a benefit that's certainly better than what we usually see on private development projects in the city. Does that help?
Yeah, that was definitely helpful. Thank you. One of the things that we have to take into account is whether the benefit of disturbing the slope outweighs the detriment of disturbing the slope. One of the benefits that we're talking about here is the affordability piece. The 7 units or whatever number of unit it is that's going to be affordable units. But I'll need to understand that a little bit better, and need to have the applicant help me understand a little bit better. But I also need our folks, NDS, and I guess it's Alex's organization, to help me understand the statement on page 8 about existing conditions survey submitted. The existing condition survey submitted with the application is not accurate. What wasn't accurate, and where was the survey? Because I missed it.
Yes, I can address that, Commissioner. So what Community Solutions was talking about is on attachment, attachment B, which is the layout plan. You have an existing conditions on page having a table. All right, on page 3 is the existing conditions as now. What Community Solutions was pointing out is it states, like on the northern end of the property, there are metal buildings on concrete pads, but those buildings no longer, the concrete pads exist, but the buildings have been taken down. So I reached out to Community Solutions after your questions to ask for clarification. And that's what Community Solutions was talking about. The existing survey had some inaccuracies in it. That's an example of one of them, where some of the buildings that are listed as existing are not actually existing.
I guess what confused me then is, what does that have to do with affordability, since he was commenting on affordability? Okay.
That I can't answer.
Well, one of the buildings demolished was a residence at some point prior to 2014.
One of them
was a house at some point. It's been gone for a while.
But again, that's okay. My query is like, how is this relevant? But
maybe it's an affordable house. We don't know how much it rented for.
Okay.
Is that?
1 second, please.
Of course.
The other questions are probably for, the by right developments that we've seen before. One of them was 2 buildings, right? They were considering two.
Yes, correct. There's
institutional-like buildings.
This property has a long history. The previous by right proposal did not disturb critical slopes. Was it was rental, not condos, and it was two buildings on each side of kind of that center critical slope, very reminiscent of a suburban apartment complex.
And how many units were in those buildings?
I want to say it was around the same by right density, 130.
So if they do by right, they still are able to do the number of units they're trying to do now. But they can do that without disturbing the slopes. But there'll still be as much traffic going up and down the roads as there is right now.
I would need to double check and look back at those, but I believe, yes, the site could still fit the by right density in a configuration as previously seen in earlier iterations.
So something is on the train track heading our way. It's just what's it gonna look like. All right, I'm done.
Thank you. Mr. Duranzia.
At this point, I don't have anything at this second.
Thank you very much. Mr. Habab.
I had a quick question, kind of along the lines of what Commissioner Mitchell was asking about kind of in regards to the public benefit. I was looking at page 5 and I guess point A and B. If I read it out loud, it says, "It appears as if the development and the proposed conditions will reduce drainage across the steep slopes from existing, helping to preserve on-site and immediately adjacent steep slopes. Most of the erosion of the sensitive features, both on-site and downstream, are affected during construction of the project." And then, I guess the point of that is after the construction of the project, is this preserving, is it gonna leave it better than it is now? Is that what I'm reading?
Essentially, yes. That's typically the result of construction projects on the critical slopes, because they're either not disturbing the critical slopes or they're removing the critical slopes so that they're in a less erosive state when they're less steep in the built condition. So the reference to silt fence, again, when you're working in those slopes and it rains and you've got disturbed slopes, you need to have things in place that they don't rapidly erode. And so that's really the primary time, the most important time to protect the slopes. So yes, I think you understood that correctly. I apologize for the technical nature of all these things. I will work on that.
Understood. Mr. Habab, are you set?
Yeah, I guess another question. Do we have, there's not a survey of existing mature trees in that area, is there? And I'd probably ask the applicant the same question later. When we're talking about canopy loss or mature tree loss, do we have something do we know?
Thought there was.
Mr. Chair, based on a site visit yesterday, there's a lot of lumber, not a lot of trees.
Noted.
Trees that are.
That's been logged.
Not in this packet. I'm not seeing anything.
Isn't there a regulation against that?
Nope.
And last question.
Yes.
Kind of also goes to, we'll probably ask it later. Do we have any idea on the retaining wall heights? I don't know if I missed it on the plans, but I couldn't see anything.
The
That
applicant might have,
information,
go ahead, Jack.
it's not specified on here, I don't believe. I think that they broke up the retaining walls largely into terraces. So there's like, in the last application was one big retaining wall and now it's two pushed apart. I don't think the information is that specific on here.
And is that because it'll be part of the site plan process
That's
later on instead of now? Okay. Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz.
I guess to piggyback onto the retaining walls, does the city have an ordinance as to retaining wall height, or I guess I see that they are stepping it. Is that something that we would require? Yeah.
Jack might be able to, but I know we require some more detailed and certification on retaining walls over 4 feet.
Okay. But there's no max height in the ordinance?
I don't think there's a max, there's not a max height,
Okay.
if they're engineered correctly.
Right.
Are you still pondering?
No, I'm done, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. Mr.
Sorry about
Stolzenberg, please.
All right, just a couple questions. First, so in reading the staff report, it seemed like there were, kind of 3 sections. So engineering, their recommendation, they saw that there was no justification for finding 1 or 2. And then OCS chimed in and said they didn't have a justification for finding 2. Does NDS have a recommendation for whether the findings are justified?
Not finding 2, just because it's a little off because you could develop the site without disturbance of critical slopes.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that's a,
yeah.
no-brainer. So does NDS have an opinion on finding one?
No, we kind of defer to engineering because of the environmental feature and nature of it.
Okay. And then I guess my next questions are for engineering. First one, kind of high level, probably a question I should have asked a long time ago. But when we say nutrient reduction, what is that, relative to? Is that a reduction over, an unmitigated development? Is that over existing conditions or?
And I meant to research that actually so I could speak more intelligently to it, but very generally, it's based on the calculation of the disturbance that you do and the conversion from pervious area to impervious area. So it's primarily, or the soil types is a large part, whether they infiltrate quickly or not, and that sort of spits out it's a pounds per year of phosphorus that you're supposed to reduce. And then when you design the facilities or you purchase nutrient credits to offset that, each facility has a runoff reduction efficiency, either through infiltrating it into the ground or through actually reducing it through natural means, like bioretentions are good at that sort of thing. So it's each site is tabulated based essentially on the limits of disturbance, the area, the soil type, and where your impervious area is going to calculate what that load requirement is. So I believe it's based on, it's a scaled equation in there, so it's not necessarily this is returning it back to existing conditions. I don't believe. I'd have to look into how that works. But it's sort of a series of nomographs that they go through that spits out. You put all this information to a spreadsheet now that the state requires everybody use the same spreadsheet. Says here's what you're required to reduce. So I can look into that and answer that more thoroughly. But it's not. I don't think it's the state is not alleging if you do this, it's like you had an old growth forest here. That's not what's supposed to be.
Okay, that makes sense. And then the last question, we heard a concern about an outfall onto, I guess, the property kind of to the northwest, 0 Douglas. Is there concern that will be that will have erosive impacts, or is it normal for a property to have outflow over another property?
It is. I mean, water always goes downstream, so that is pretty typical. This configuration looks, I don't want to say conceptual, but this is obviously not an engineered site plan, as we discussed. We had staff, since we did get a site plan for this last time in a different configuration, we had some concerns about that. That's one of the more complicated areas of stormwater regulation is what you call an outfall and how you regulate that to where you apply all of those cues I was talking about earlier. I say cue, the flow in a given rain event. You have to look at where it leaves the property now and where it leaves the property in proposed conditions and make sure you're not causing erosion or flooding to any of the conveyances downstream of that. So I can't look at this plan and tell you this is going to solve that, but that's one of the things that we look at that for all projects, especially when there's it's a larger project like this that's diverting water and changing outfall locations to a sensitive area.
Is it safe to say that, obviously this isn't a final plan, but at the time we get to a final plan, you're going to make sure that it isn't causing adverse erosive impacts on the neighboring property before you approve it?
That's what we try and do, yes.
Yep. All right, great, thanks.
And thank you. Mr. Palmer.
Reading through the report, one thing piqued my interest was that by retaining water on site, the report said it wasn't clear that could be infiltrated due to compaction and stuff. Is there anything that design-wise could be done to promote that infiltration as they construct this, different methods that they might implement?
You increase groundwater recharge.
Yeah.
So in their report, they say that they're perforating these detention systems. So they're proposing 3 stormwater facilities. One is a biofilter or a bioretention facility, and then 2 what are typically called underground detention facilities. And those are just big pipes, very large pipes, typically at least 36 inches, if not 48 inches, or even 6 and 7 feet sometimes, that store water. And they put a plate at the end of the pipe. So now the full section of the pipe can't pass through it. They put a plate at the end and then drill holes or cut out places for the water to spill out. And that's where all the engineering goes in to size that to make sure water, as it reaches different stages in response to different rain events, leaves the site at a certain rate. What they're doing or proposing is to perforate that and surround it with gravel so that as the water is building up in there to be detained, it's also infiltrating some to the ground. That does something, as does the biofilter they're proposing. The reason that I said that was unlikely to cause groundwater recharge is that those are not very effective because you're concentrating large areas, multiple acres into these facilities. And so when you get anything beyond a small rain event, there's not the time to infiltrate into the ground when you're focusing all of the watersheds runoff into one area of the ground. It's just not going to infiltrate as fast if you distribute that across the site. And so all 3 of their facilities are essentially concentrating large drainage areas like that. One design trick would be, or one way to achieve that is to, instead of doing 3 facilities, do a system of smaller facilities spread out throughout the site. I didn't design the site. I can't look and say, oh, it's easy to do that. You know, that's a challenge as well, but that's probably one of the easier ones. The other, again, they're filling of this site a lot. That wetland is something like, if this site gets approved and built, is what I'm looking at right now. You know, that would be something like 16 feet underground or something like that, or underfill. So when you put that much fill into a natural environment, and this is probably not a very natural environment, but when you manipulate the ground that much, it's hard to predict what's going to happen to the groundwater, but it's unlikely that there'll be effective recharge.
That makes sense? Thank you. I think I understand. Thank you very much.
Can I ask one more question?
Please.
You said there were previous by right site plans that were submitted for this. Were there any issues with those plans that would have made them unlikely to get a final approval?
So I don't think they were by right. If I said that, I was mistaken, because that went in front of the planning commission as well for at least critical slopes, if not something else. I wouldn't say they would get approval. It takes a few rounds of submitting things to get approval. I don't think it was a preliminary plan. I think it was a final plan. It wouldn't have gotten approval, but it was not a horrible plan by any means or anything like that. It was on the right track. And this submittal includes sort of not an erosion sediment control plan, but a phased exhibit of how they intend to do it. And so this is a very complicated site. So when you have our staff look at it, we see things. It's very rare that something this large is going to come through and be approved the first time. But it was a pretty complex erosion sediment control plan. I know a lot of the concerns were sort of the more in the weeds outfall considerations, like the Zero Douglas property and those sorts of things.
And I guess, I mean, I understand that, yeah, it wouldn't get approval in the first try. I'm just wondering if you saw any red flags a reason that they reconfigured this that maybe you guys saw at NDS. I'm going to ask the applicant the same thing, but I don't know if.
I think Matt can probably speak.
I mean, one of the biggest red flags was and because this has a long history, what Jack and I are talking about is the most recent site plan submittal. There was a submittal before that was a by right that didn't disturb critical slopes. It came within a foot of critical slopes, but at least from the layout standpoint, they weren't. The last site plan submittal, there was it was an all residential development, and in this zoning district, to get the density they were at, you had to be a mixed use. So I wouldn't say it killed the project. It's just they would have had to have added commercial element to the last submittal. And there was quite a few sheets of comments they would have had to address. It wasn't one or two comments, it was a lot of comments from different departments.
Thank you. Mr. Payne, since you're here, questions?
Sure, just out of curiosity, so there's a 2018 site plan conference where there's a proposal also for 130 units, 2 apartment buildings, and then a commercial use on the street across from Moss. All apartments, this one is now condos, no commercial space. Anyway, are you referring to that 2018 proposal with 2 apartments, 130 units, and then a commercial space? Was it that one that did not disturb critical slopes?
Correct, yes, that it came very close. They went as close as they could without disturbing it. There was concern from staff that you couldn't construct it without disturbing it, but the conversation never went that far because they then went back to the drawing board.
Yeah, and I would only note, just reading through it, there are comments in the reporting at the time from counselors in the community that they said they didn't like that it was all apartments and they thought that it was too tall. So maybe that was feedback they were getting at the time. My personal preference, I actually like that site plan more. I think apartments like City Walk are good and make sense there, and are actually, now it's 7 buildings, less spread out, less disturbance of critical slopes in the environment, but that's just my opinion. What do I know? That's it, thank you.
Thank you. I would like to hear from the applicant. Thank you, Mr. Opley.
Good evening, commissioners and chair. It's great to see you in person. Yeah, we're so happy to be here tonight. My name's Ashley Davies. I'm with Riverbend Development, and I am joined tonight by Alan Taylor of Riverbend and Scott Collins, who has done all the engineering work on this plan over the many, many years that we've been looking at this site. Tonight is actually 16 years in the making. It's how long the company has had the property, and yeah, as the discussion has already alluded to, we've looked at this property in just about every permutation possible over those years. We do have a presentation that I'd love to share with you, and yeah, I'm gonna just start off with some of the background and more planning related comments, and then I'll hand it over to Scott Collins to take you through some of the more technical side of the project, as well as be able to answer some of the questions that you posed earlier on the engineering components. So you can go ahead to the next slide, please. So this is just obviously an aerial looking down on the site. Carlton Avenue is towards the bottom where you see Arcane Technologies written out. And for those of you that haven't had the opportunity to come and take a look at the site firsthand, it is quite impervious, very industrial at the moment. And when it was created into the commercial pads that you see now, that did really change any of the natural topography that would have existed on this site. And what you have now, right down the middle of it, is this giant ravine that is, full of trash, some kudzu, and a fair amount of existing erosion issues. And this area also just handles a lot of the water that's coming through the neighborhood anyways is flowing in this direction. So we actually feel like this development does have the opportunity to improve and correct some of those past, I would call them, maybe a past mistake in the way they handled this project previously. We think we're actually going to leave it in much better condition than it is today. Next slide. So this just shows the comprehensive plan, or sorry, that's the zoning designation and neighborhood commercial corridor, but it's also a neighborhood commercial node in the comprehensive plan. And as the staff report says, this the vision for this area is really how do we get some mixture of uses, some mixture of housing types? How do we create forms that will begin to blend in with the rest of the neighborhood? And, you know, I'll just note, this is a 6-acre site. We know that any sites left in the city nowadays, there's no easy sites left. So anything that we're looking at, especially when we're creating housing, there are going to be some challenges and complexities there. And we understand that, you understand that. And so we've done our best to really work with the neighborhood throughout the years. We have unfortunately had to, you know, run through many concepts with them, but the benefit of that is that we've gotten so much feedback along the way, and I think it has really served this final iteration that we're going to talk about tonight. Next slide. So just going to take you on a little trip down memory lane. So 2017, and Carlton, I've tried to orient these so Carlton Avenue is always on the left for these slides, but that means that this one is upside down. But one of the first major concepts for the site was over 300 units, and this was a larger apartment complex that would have required a parking deck. And so very dense development of the site would have been a special use permit in this case. Definitely, you know, impacts to the critical slope, but this was looking at, you know, how do we really maximize the density on site? And, you know, I think it's a lovely concept, but we along the way got tons and tons of feedback about the apartments just being too large, too overbearing, not transitioning well to the neighborhood, just not a lot of support in the community meetings that we held on this type of concept. Next slide. So from there, we looked at, okay, well, how do we still do apartments, but potentially, you know, maybe looking at more by right options? How do we avoid the critical slopes on site? Because as you can see in the shaded areas there, the critical slopes really, you know, form these fingers that pull up right into the middle of it. So it does really impact the ways that you can create connectivity on the site and use it. And also just kind of really odd, you know, zoning requirements with setbacks and whatnot. So you ended up with these kind of strange shapes. And, you know, so this was more of a by right look at it. And really, other than Mr. Payne, I don't think we heard from anyone that they liked this concept. There was a lot of pushback from staff and from neighbors on this one as well. Next slide. This was another look the following year at one that would have required a special use permit, but we felt like the layout felt a little bit better, not quite so odd. We did do a traffic study on this one for the 230 apartments that was accepted and approved by the city. And later, you know, so looking at the traffic issues, I know that a lot of that is, it's always a concern, but that was cleared for this number of units, and then all of our other iterations have been the by right number of units, which is, you know, 100 fewer residents. So the traffic is certainly, you know, it's covered by the previous study and conversation. So we're far below what we had previously discussed. Next slide. All right, so this is one more with the 230. So yeah, just kind of looking at it every which different direction. And yeah, we just got a lot of feedback that people thought apartments were not a good fit, being so close to all of the street networks with single-family homes. Next slide. All right, so now you're getting, this is the overhead image of the initial site plan that we submitted for this, a different concept, and you know what we're generally talking about now. We thought it would be a good idea. We heard that people didn't want that many rentals in the area, so this is now more of a for sale product. Gives you a couple of different unit types, townhouses, two over twos, etc. More of a network. And the feedback we got this time was that it was too much pavement. We did not have that necessary commercial element, and city staff really wanted us to complete the street grid network, so we would have more connections from our property out into the various directions. And yes, just wanting more meaningful green space. So next slide. All right, so this is the concept that we are discussing this evening. And I think over the course of years that we've been looking at this and working on it, that I'm really pleased with how things are landing here, because we are able to add 130 new residences within, you know, walking distance to the downtown mall and many other amenities. We get quite a variety of different housing types. Up on Carlton, there's an apartment building with 20 apartments, as well as some commercial right up on the street there. We have the 2-over-2 unit styles, as well as the 2-over-1s in the back of the property. We are able to include built affordable units on site. And you'll see in the, you know, we have reduced the amount of pavement on site while adding this really great central green open space amenity that's about a half acre. So we're really, it's been a good process for us, because we've had the ability to listen and learn over all of the years, and I think the project benefits greatly because of it. Next slide. All right, I'm going to hand it over to Scott Collins now to dig into the more technical elements.
Great. Thank you, Ashley. Again, my name is Scott Collins. I'm a civil engineer for this project. I'm going to go in and talk a little bit more about the engineering aspects about it, but I think Mr. Mitchell actually was probably reading my slides before I even got up here, because he was talking about a lot of the same stuff I was going to talk to you guys tonight about. But kind of want to first talk about the existing conditions. This map kind of shows the amount of impervious area out there and what it's kind of looking like today. It's about 3.41 of the 6 acres is impervious with the existing conditions. The next slide, if you could. Our proposed development does increase the overall impervious area up to 3.96 acres. So it's about 24,000 square feet of additional impervious area. And then when we talk about sort of overall treating, I know that was talked about a whole lot in some of the discussions before our presentation, you know, what it kind of looks like as far as how you treat a project. I'm gonna try to keep it up at 50,000 level for everybody. But basically, Virginia Code, when you look at a site that has a lot of existing impervious area, what they ask you to do is first, number one, treat what you're proposing to increase. And that's what we're doing. And the second thing is to basically treat a percentage of the existing impervious area, which is roughly when you do all the math, it's roughly about 10 to 15% of the impervious area that already exists on the site. What we're doing is we're treating what's above the existing impervious area out there now, and we're also treating 30%. So when we talked about roughly 25% more, that's basically what it kind of lands down, what it kind of lands at. But that's kind of what we're looking at. So when we're saying we're treating above what's required by state code, that's kind of where we're at. We'd have to treat between 10 and 15% per state code, and we're about 25 or 30% above that. So that's kind of where we're at with this, with what we're proposing on site. That's the other key thing that Jack was noting as well. We're not buying nutrient credits for the site, which a lot of developments do in the city, because you don't have the area, you don't have the land in order to do it on site. This one, because it is 6 acres, we do have the ability to do on site, and that's what we're doing. As far as water quantity, that was water quality. Water quantity is the amount of drainage going from our site and going through our site. So our site's about 6 acres, 6.2 acres. We actually have about 8 or 9 acres draining through the site to the stream that outfalls over to toward Douglas area and ultimately to the city right of way, and then goes up further. All that right now is basically what you call undetained. It's flowing straight to the streams, straight through the critical slopes, straight to everything when it rains. So what we're going to do is we're going to capture about 8 acres of it. We're taking those 8 acres and putting it into 2 underground detention facilities, detaining that, slowing it down, and releasing it at rates that is less than the requirements. And because we're centralizing most of our drainage to one location right where the stream is, we are greatly reducing that runoff rate with our overall drainage pattern, which was draining straight through to the existing critical slopes, straight through everything. We're all taking that water, capturing it, and outfalling it directly to one location. The outfall that everybody's talking about as far as Douglas, that's an overflow outfall. The main drainage from that system goes to our underground, goes from our underground detention facility to the biofilter. Only does it outfall over to the existing stream where it's already going now, where 100% is going to it now. We are taking the low flow storm events to the biofilter and just letting the outfall from the larger storm events go back to where it's already going now. So we are greatly reducing all that, and all that kind of definitely gets kind of flushed out during the site plan process, but I wanted to kind of mention that. Let's see. Let's go to the next slide. Let's talk about walls a little bit. One of the great things, well, there's a number of great things that came from the connectivity over to Spruce Street with this proposed iteration of this project, is that we are now also able to tie in to the sanitary sewer system, right, that comes down Spruce Street down to Douglas. And because of that, we're able to tie it in at a lower elevation, which allowed us to substantially lower the amount of fill on our site in order to get positive gravity from our site to the existing sanitary system in the city along Carlton Avenue. Because of that, we've actually been able to lower walls considerably from what a lot of the residents might have been talking about earlier today when you heard 20 to 30 feet. I believe some of the iterations did have some higher walls. Now the majority of these walls are about 6 to 8 feet high, and if they get above 8 feet, they're usually staggered. What we've done is we've staggered them, so you might have 2 8-foot walls together at 16 feet high. The only place they get up to about 20 feet is right at the biofilter area that's completely on our property, that right there next to the road that goes over to Spruce Street. So that's the only spot it gets really high, but those are a double wall as well. I think they're 210, but we can also look at even breaking that up to maybe having 2 2/8 and a 4-foot wall, but we'll look at that during the site plan process too, to kind of keep them even lower if we can. That's where we are with grading, but with this iteration, we've substantially reduced the amount of overall fill in the site, and with that connection, which has been great, and it's definitely reduced the amount of walls. Let's see, and the infiltration that was answered. That was Jack answered that beautifully. That was exactly what we're doing. Within the underground detention facility within the green park area, we were proposing that to be more of a pervious system to allow some of the water to infiltrate into the ground as much as possible. We all know that Virginia soils don't always allow for a whole lot of infiltration, which is why we never really rely on that in our stormwater calcs. But anytime you can set up a pervious system that maybe allows a little bit of infiltration, that's always a good thing. That's the main issues from the, last slide. Thank you, sorry, I almost forgot. Actually, go to the next one, sorry. Lastly, talking about erosion and sediment control. Yes, any E&S plan in the city can be very complex, especially because it's all infill. But what we're talking about is, what we're trying to do in this simple exhibit is just kind of highlight the fact that we're going to install a sediment basin sort of right there in the low spot of the site, and direct all the drainage to the sediment basin pretty much the entire majority of the entire majority of the construction process. We're going to be directing water to that area. What we're then proposing to do, and it's going to take a little bit of iterations between NDS and our team and developers, but we're proposing to develop the exterior part of the site first. That's the retaining walls, that's the roads, that's all the improvements along, kind of highlighted in blue in that exhibit. And so what we're looking to do is that before we start bringing in import or any fill into the site to fill the rest of the site up, we're proposing to get the rest of the improvements around the exterior edge of the site constructed and permanently directing water to our sediment basin. And then we'll come in and fill the rest of the site while everything is still going to the sediment basin. That's the kind of the whole E&S, again, at more of the 50,000 foot level. But we'll get into that a whole lot more as we get closer into the site plan process. But that's our goal, and that's what allows us to sort of protect the downstream properties, critical slopes, and streams. And I'm available for any questions if y'all have. I know that was a lot sometimes, but.
It's possible. Mr. Mitchell, can you start us off?
Sure. If we recommend that we grant the waiver, one of the reasons we'll do this is because the community benefit of granting the waiver outweighs the protection of the critical slope. One of the things that makes this interesting is the affordability piece. And I'm wondering if you guys could talk a little bit about that, because it's everything I read, it's pretty silent. I don't really understand what the level of affordability is. I don't understand what the tenure of affordability is. And I'm not sure what type of units are going to be affordable units. And I think these are going to be mostly for sale, but is there a rental component, and what is the rental configuration of this?
Those are all great questions, and I think it's maybe a bit unusual to include affordability in a by right project and as part of a critical slopes waiver, but we know the value and benefit that is to the city, so that's why we wanted to include it. And what we are thinking at the moment is we've got the 7 units, and we'd like the flexibility. I mean, basically, most of the stuff we're offering on the site is going to be a for sale product. We do have the apartment building up front, so I imagine that those 20 units will be rental. But with the way the 2/2s and the 2/1s work, there'll be condos, so you can either sell each individual unit, or, you could sell the vertical 2 units, and then, one of the homeowners, they could rent out the lower unit or upper unit, I guess, if they wish. So at this point, there's a lot of flexibility in how the affordability can be offered. We are proposing that it's at that up to, the 80% AMI level, and, we've been following the.
80% would be
Sorry,
your floor, or that's as low
Right.
as you're gonna go, right? Okay.
That would be the idea, but I guess what we found even in because we do a lot of apartments in the area, we see a lot of natural affordability within the apartment style unit anyways. So that is one of the additional benefits of the type of residential we're doing on the site, because you get such a variety of sizes and rental and for sale. But yeah, so basically the typical 80% AMI for 10 years is what we were imagining we'd do here.
And these would be rental units, more like for sale units would be pretty complicated.
It's not that complicated. We could do for sale units, and then you just deed restrict it for a certain number, the affordability period. So I think for now it's nice if we can have that flexibility, because we have so many different alternatives that we can offer there. But that's the general idea.
Yeah, what type of units? Is it gonna be 1-bedroom affordability, efficiency affordability? 2-bedroom?
Typically 1 bedroom. But there is a design with the 2/1 units. I do believe there's a design where you can get that bottom unit even as a 2-bedroom unit.
Can I ask Ms. Creasy and Mr. Alfie a question, Mr. Chair?
Please.
So how are we gonna do this? I mean, this is not a proffer, and we don't have anything in writing saying this is what we're gonna do from the applicant. It's a critical slope waiver that just happens to mention on the side as a sidebar affordability. How do we get this structured in a way that's codified and enforceable?
I'm not sure that we can, because that's not the application that we're working with. It's a wonderful additive to their project, but it is not something that we have a way to enforce, given the applications that are required to move forward.
So we could approve the waiver and they could elect not to build any affordable units.
That is an option.
Well, we have it written on our plan. I don't know if there's if we're approving the documentation with the waiver, if there's something additional that needs to be written on the plan, but.
Is anyone from legal?
It certainly is our intention, and we build in affordable units to, pretty much everything we work on nowadays. So however it makes sense to you, we're happy to do that.
And here's where I embarrass myself. Mr. Gomez-Jacobe, are you with us?
Yes.
How bad did I do?
That's pretty bad.
You were close. Akame.
Sorry.
No worries. And I just want to make sure that I caught it, because I get the can you remind me of the question, please?
The applicant is offering to include affordable housing units in the construction. But this is a critical slope waiver application. It is not an SUP where you typically can accept a proffer to embrace the embrace the affordability components that they're offering. Is there a way to codify, make enforceable their commitment to provide 7 affordable units? And is there a way to get them to document that it will be at 80% AMI over 10 years and the units will be 1-bedroom units?
So
Go ahead.
there is likely there is a way that we can codify. I don't think that it's going, it really shouldn't be in conjunction with the critical slope waiver. And because that's not any approval that you guys give today should be on the materials that were put in front. And so for a change like that,
The materials do say that.
The mirror, yeah.
Okay.
It's in the documents, in the waiver request, they do outline these offers, but again, it's not an SUP, it's a critical slope waiver.
And I would note, they don't note these in such detail.
So we would be happy for that to be a specific condition of the critical slope waiver approval, just as staff has offered other conditions, and that just gives a slightly greater level of specificity as to the questions that you were asking about, what we mean by the 7 affordable units, if that's acceptable to the commission.
It's not something that's linked specifically to the critical slope waiver itself. I mean, it's a wonderful opportunity for the project, but the critical slope waiver specifically has, the linkage isn't there.
I get that. But again, one of the things that makes this interesting, and one of the things that suggests that the community will benefit by waiving the waiver is the fact that we get affordable housing. I mean, if you read the ordinance says, you can waive a critical slope, or you can offer, or you can recommend the critical slope waiver if in fact the benefits of the waiver outweigh the damage done by disturbing the slope.
That's my question, is if we theoretically approve it as presented with this statement by the applicant, would that not kind of bind it to that recommendation or acceptance? I don't know.
I don't think, I mean, it's not part of the technical review of a critical slope waiver. If I'm missing something, I'd love for adding on, but yeah, that was one of the things that, as part of our discussions is it's a wonderful opportunity, but it doesn't fit this application specifically, and so we can't connect it to this.
Yeah, it seems like the problem is we're saying, that's our reasoning, or Hosea saying maybe, that's our reasoning for finding number 1 is true, that the benefits outweigh the harms. But for conditions shall clearly specify the negative impacts that they will mitigate, not conditions will make sure that your finding number 1 benefits still are true, which I think maybe is the problem here.
Could I suggest that hanging the hat on the benefit of affordable housing in this particular project at 6 or 7 units is what we're really talking about in the present environment is to make the math. You're talking about the apartments. Period. And I say this because in the current environment, you would have to sell a unit to a family of 5 or 6 at under $300,000 to fit at 80% AMI.
Because of interest rates.
Because of interest rates.
Got it.
And you can start moving a lot of money around in terms of percentage and getting subsidies from outside forces, and it doesn't help that much. So we're really looking at the apartments because unless something radically changes in the cost of funds, and we are now back to normal cost of funds, we're not looking at a housing thing unless we're talking about some pretty strong subsidy from outside. And then we're talking about a 10-year affordability, so where is that subsidy, how much enthusiasm for outside subsidy at 10 years of affordability gonna come? Just a suggestion, not to hang too much of a hat. It's a nice, but it's not a, we're talking about likely it's gonna be apartments that, 24 to 36 months from now, they're gonna look at this and they're gonna, construction costs aren't going down.
Mr. Duranzian?
Yes.
Do you have questions for the applicant?
No, I was just pointing out to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Habab, do you have questions for the applicant?
Yeah. I'll pop them off real quick. The central green space, is that open to the public? Would that be a public amenity to the rest of the neighborhood, or would it be kind of locked into just your development?
It's described in the application as a civic amenity.
Great. Thanks. On the tree canopy and existing mature trees, do you have any information on what mature trees exist on the site, if we're looking at replacing them? I was looking at one of the previous kind of points on this, on our report was an option to kind of condition a 3-to-1 ratio for replanting, and I was wondering how we could.
I think will be much greater than that. There aren't a lot of wonderful mature trees on this site, unfortunately, because of the previous development that happened, and even around the critical slopes area, while there's kind of like this wild kudzu type habitat, it's not the nice, beautiful, mature forested area as is. So I think given the size of this site and the extensive landscape plan we're providing, that there will be a lot more mature. I mean, they won't immediately be mature, but they'll eventually be mature.
Thanks. I had a couple more questions. This is slightly beyond my knowledge, but on the sediment basin, at the low point, it seems like it's near the creek, and with, I guess, the super silt fence that is in the conditions, this is kind of a staff question, I guess. Are they confident that would mitigate that potential issue?
Jack, did you hear that question?
I did, yeah. So the trap is near the creek because that's sort of the downhill end of it where you want to collect all the disturbed water. And again, we review this obviously in detail at site plan phase, but generally the silt fence constructed first at the perimeter to control the activities as the engineer that did the presentation discussed on the perimeter to convey the rest of the water to the trap. And so then you can work in that area, bring in all that fill, and it's controlled by the trap, which is for a large drainage area, the necessary tool. So that is pretty typical.
Thanks. The other question I had was based on something you said earlier, was related to the groundwater recharge, and if those conditions, I guess, will be figured out later during site plan, and maybe sizing the detention, I guess, pipes or whatever they are to accommodate larger storms. I guess my concern was what happens when, we don't have a low, I feel like I hear my echo. What happens in a storm that's not the low flow storm event, and what happens to the adjacent properties such as Douglas during those, and how does that compare to what happens now?
So when the stormwater regulations apply to certain frequency events, it's not something, that's simulated over some broad range of storm events. So what happens in between those events, it's sort of interpolated to be similar to what was in existence. So first, let me go back to the recharge question. That was part of the application, lists some of the environmental impacts or natural benefits, and groundwater's on there. And the applicant stated that this would achieve groundwater recharge. And so my only point was to respond that I don't think this is going to effectively replenish the groundwater or recharge the groundwater. That's different from the application of the regulations to how quantity of the stormwater is released to downstream properties. So I'm curious to hear to see these plans. I know Mr. Collins was talking about how there's a bypass overflow and things like that. That's getting pretty technical, but the idea is there's different ways to address the code. It's almost always addressed in that wherever you discharge water from the property to a downstream receiving property, it's the same as it was before the project in the 10-year storm. And then there's a slightly more complicated equation for the 1-year storm. It depends on the site and the system in place, what happens in a 50-year storm, in a 100-year storm downstream. That's complicated, but the larger storms it's less relevant what smaller scale stormwater things are in place because the water's running off at that point. So it's still presumably be similar to what's there now.
Thank you. That's all the questions I had.
Mr. Schwartz, please.
No, I think the applicant answered all my questions.
Mr. Stolzenberg.
Yeah, just a couple questions. I guess about the changes over the last 5 years to this plan. What happened to the pedestrian bridge?
Have you tried to work with the railroad?
Yes, I've heard.
Didn't go anywhere, unfortunately. I
Okay.
loved that idea, though.
And then, in terms of, I guess, what changes we've seen since the 2017 plan, there's 183 fewer homes, there's no more bridge. The neighbors said they didn't want renters, so everything's been turned into condos except for the 20 units in the front in this neighborhood of 44% renters. And these are now, again, condo, townhouse style, 2/1s, you said?
There's 2/2s, 2/1s, and apartments being offered.
Gotcha. Because the neighborhood said that apartments weren't an appropriate transition near the other neighbors?
They said they didn't want 100% rental. That's a lot of the feedback we got.
I see. Is Riverbend's opinion that all of those changes were good things?
We love doing density, and we do some pretty high density projects, but I think where it's landed, it's in a good spot given the years of feedback that we've gotten and the way that it does complement the rest of the neighborhood.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Mr. Palmer, questions on this?
Sure. Yeah, bring the mic over, so legit. I was looking at the property line. It's kind of weird how there's like an alley sort of thing going on. So my question is, and then there's another lot between you and the condos where there's actually a lot of the tree cover that you see on the aerial photos and such. My question is just, will there be any like clearing off beyond the property line for this? So some of that canopy that acts as a little bit of buffer may remain.
That is correct, and I think we maybe didn't describe it very well, but I think by making the changes to the stormwater systems on site, it actually provides some greater protection to those natural areas below because they're not getting pounded with every storm event.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So then maybe another question to keep on the infiltration theme. As you go through site planning, will you be looking at things like
smaller rain gardens or curb gardens, whatever you call them, permeable pavement, things of that nature to kind of get some of that water before it gets into your big stormwater retain. Look at it, the engineer, I guess, but.
Yeah, I mean, definitely looking at other ideas. The problem with some of the things we may not get credit for, but we're still looking at potentially doing them. For instance, there's sort of a larger sort of open flat area right there along this,
Alley.
along the back alleyway or along the roadway right here. We talked about maybe doing like a linear swale before it kind of gets in the storm system. That's definitely some things we're looking at too, for additional potential mitigations. And we're also looking at the idea of possibly doing some pervious parking areas behind the apartment buildings, stuff like that. So some of the areas that don't have the high traffic areas, we're definitely looking at that.
Yeah.
Good.
I'm not sure I've got a question so much as a statement of excitement. I very much like the idea of increasing the efficacy of impervious pavement. This is a very ineffective use of impervious areas on the property currently. And my calculation is, well, I did some math. It will be much more efficient in terms of homes per impervious acre, so that's exciting to see. Mr. Payne, do you have questions for the applicant?
Just very quickly, out of curiosity, you talked about it, but what is the net impact on the tree canopy for this site that you plan for there to be?
Sorry, could you maybe state that in
How many trees are we gonna lose?
And how many will they be replacing?
hard to say without the landscape plan in front of me.
But could you say that there's not guaranteed to be an overall net loss of tree canopy, given how many you will plant to replace them?
Yes.
Have thoughts, but no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. The process is confusing to me. So we have already heard from the public. I believe we now go into deliberations. Looking at Ms. Greasy, yes? I've got that right. Mr. Mitchell, where are you on this?
So there's a lot of stuff that I like about this. I really like the fact that you're not gonna be buying nutrient credits, and you're gonna be doing the work on site. I always like when you guys do that. I like that, based on the feedback that I'm getting from Matt, that this is gonna make the streets in that area more walkable as opposed to the two big monstrosity institutional buildings that Michael likes. I like that, the compact neighborhood center that this creates, and these smaller scale buildings. I like that. It just makes me sad that we can't figure out a way to tie our hands on the affordability piece. If we knew how to do that, I'd be like all for it.
A condition.
I'm being told by my legal team and my staff that we're not quite able to do that in a steep slope waiver.
Can the condition, if the condition references our material that was submitted, does that not give the fact that we have affordability?
I have to defer to the boss.
Yeah, it's just not, it's not specifically related to the critical slope waiver. That's the.
Can't it be included in the site plan in some way?
Well, they can provide information on the site plan that denotes that, but we won't have any way to enforce it because there's not an application that would have the ability to do so. So, they could outline how they plan to program things there, but, that would not be a part that we could enforce.
That's all.
Mr. Duranzia.
Thank you, Skipper. So, until yesterday, I had not been on this site this millennium. but I went down there, and my prior relationship with this site was pulling repossessed cars off of Jimmy Detter's lot. So it was a while ago. But this site is farther from my house than it is from Commissioner Mitchell's, but not by much. So, I mean, it's within sound of where I live. So so I was a little surprised to get back on it. I too like the sort of civic nature of it. I like density. Councilman Payne, I prefer more density. To me, it seems that this property has been gone from lying fallow to deteriorating. So part of me is sort of in the space of we need forward motion here. And I'm excited that the proposal is to actually improve what we've got on the ground, which I think is sufficient. The affordability piece to me doesn't seem to be that large a piece of this in the classic definability of affordability or our standard fallback to 80% or less. But, you know, increased density takes pressure off the housing. So that's sort of where I'm at with this at this point.
Mr. Bob.
I agree with all that's been said. I am looking at it as a public benefit. There's that civic amenity that we're getting, which is that kind of little pocket park, I suppose. It increases network connectivity. We did hear from the public on the issue of the sidewalk on Spruce, I think, and how it used to be a dead-end street. Now there, I think from the, I guess it's not a site plan, but from the plans that we looked at, there are sidewalks throughout the development that could maybe help mitigate that if you're, if you're crossing down through the new development to get to wherever you're getting to. But even then, that is not something that's under the purview of our critical slopes waiver recommendation. I'm happy to recently discover that there's no net loss of tree canopy. And the affordable housing, as you said, it's only 10 years at 80%, but it doesn't hurt. So, yeah.
Mr. Schwartz?
I guess I'm just looking at this from a technical perspective. I mean, yeah, there are a lot of good stuff being offered, but it's, at the end of the day, even though we've gotten kind of a fuzzy answer from staff, it sounds like stormwater is going to be better than existing. And that's the whole point of a critical slope, or the fact that we're looking at critical slopes is because of concerns over stormwater. So, I mean, I support this just on that simple fact.
Mr. Stolzenberg.
Yeah, I think that is spot on. From the consideration of a critical slope waiver, the negative impacts of affecting critical slopes are, I think, adequately mitigated by the 125% nutrient reduction and the other mitigations we've discussed. And I think the fact that this creates a nice grid structure and a public amenity kind of parklet in the middle are both nice things that are public benefits. I kind of can't help but comment on the development as a whole, since I'll never get another chance. I do think practically every change you've made, aside from maybe the grid format, since 2017 has been a real shame. It almost seems like you guys are just resigned to it because you want to go the by right route to not drum up any opposition. I'd remind you that there is a new owner of that railroad, and it is no longer a Class 1. This is a prime site, prime brownfield site right in the middle of the city that's so close to everything, and 21.99 units per acre is practically a waste. But the critical slope waiver itself, I think, is a no-brainer.
Mr. Palmer, thoughts on this?
I don't think I have any further thoughts or comments really at this time.
Thank you. As for me, I've been thinking about ways to establish clarity, especially as this goes to council. It occurs to me, contract law is a thing, and I know something about contract law. Could we buy a promise for $1? I think that's a hobby question. You with me?
Yeah. It's an intriguing idea. But I think that there's probably a variety of things that I'd want to look at to make to read up on that before advising you to proceed.
I think that's wonderful. Please think about that. Thank you.
You got any cash on you, Lyle?
No. Mr. Payne, please.
Yes, I'm thrilled to still be here. I would broadly agree with Commissioner Schwartz on the technical points. More broadly, I would say, I also agree, I think every change that's been made in recent years has made this project worse. I may be alone in people who showed up to speak up at those meetings, but I don't think I'm alone in the community as a whole in agreeing with that. I think both the 2018 and 2020 project were preferable to this, both in unit type in 2020, the number of units, and the fact that they were less spread out and more compact and had less impervious surfaces. You know, I'm a renter, I'm not directly near here, but I live somewhat nearby. And I don't think it is the majority sentiment that rentals are a negative thing or not desperately needed. And I would just say, again, it may not have been the case in the past, but I feel somewhat confident, even speaking on behalf of City Council as a whole, that our inclination for a project like 2020 requiring an SUP permit would be to how to work together to get to yes on that, rather than wanting to shoot it down and not get there. That may be irrelevant to you all, given the path dependency and how much work has gone into this, but I think that is important to say and repeat at every opportunity in terms of how council is thinking at present. Also would echo some of what, I can't remember all the details, but I think staff has worked on things related to the new owners in this bridge. I forget what it is, but maybe worth re-engaging there. And final thought is, similar projects in Albemarle County, if you are going to do affordable units and that are homeownership, they've partnered with Community Land Trust to manage those affordable proffers, and they found that to be very successful to be beneficial both to the developer and have those affordable units be affordable in perpetuity and offer up a wealth building opportunity across multiple generations that did not impact the bottom line of the developer and was very feasible. So very interesting model for proffers. That's at least something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. I would be interested in a motion at this
I
time.
would love to make a motion.
Please.
Recommend to approve approval of the critical slope waiver application P22-0039 with the conditions outlined on page 9 and 10 of the staff report. These would be the 6 conditions.
Do I hear a second?
Second with amendment?
Mr.
Yeah.
Mitchell, are you amenable to an
I
amendment?
don't know how friendly it is.
Please state that amendment. Let's think about it.
That public benefits allowing the disturbance outweigh the benefits, and that the unusual physical conditions or existing development of the property.
That doesn't matter. Yeah, that's
No,
fine.
We have to reference at least
Part of the motion? Yeah.
I believe that is accurate.
We do.
Okay.
We do.
Okay, cool.
It is so amended. Discussion on this proposal. Ms. Gracie, will you please call the roll?
Sure. Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
Mr. Durancia?
Yes.
Mr. Stolensberg?
Aye.
Mr. Habab?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
And Mr. Sully Yates?
Aye. I believe that passes. I'm very interested in hearing from the attorney about buying something for $1.
Would you be interested in hearing a motion?
Well, that's an interesting point. It's late, I'm tired. Do we want to talk about something? Does somebody want to make a motion?
I want to ask a quick question.
Please.
Before we adjourn or make a motion to. On that project that's in the floodplain, what would be, I know we're hearing comments back on the site plan, or they'll be available October 28th, I think, from the earlier notes. If you wanted to make that a public process or, come to the planning commission, is that something we'd be interested in? I just wanted to kind of see what everybody's thinking about that.
I'm also interested.
And when would the timing, when would the ideal timing be for that to happen before that project kind of moves on?
Ms. Creasy, do you have thoughts on timing?
So typically when we bring site plans forward, they've gone through some round of comments to address, larger items. We're under the first round of comments at this point. And so once we have that listing of comments together, we'll provide that to the applicant, and then of course it's, public information. And it'll be helpful for them to determine how they want to respond. And we'll just kind of see what the volume is of comments and things left to be determined. Prior to approval, you all have the opportunity to be the approval body. But we definitely would want it to be much further along and really understand what kinds of things need work by the applicant at this point. We know general large kinds of things that have considerations, but, having the full listing is going to be helpful, and then them having an opportunity to respond to that and see how they can adjust those things.
Would it be fair to say that this would be reasonable to be followed up on next month?
Well, we can definitely give a report next month. The comments it's the 28th, I believe Carrie said earlier, so we have a little ways before the comments go to the applicant, and then the applicant has a period of time to respond back to those comments. So we can definitely provide a verbal update of where things are, and then continue to do that as we go through the process.
So, I guess in the normal process of a site plan, it gets denied a bunch of times and then it gets approved, right? Or then it gets brought to us for approval.
Correct.
If we were to ask for it, does that mean every time you need to give a denial, you have to bring it to us and we deny? Unless we asked right when you were ready to
Not
approve?
necessarily, because when you provide a denial, you have to provide what would assist in turning that into an approval. And so our technical folks get into all the weeds of that. So it wouldn't necessarily be brought to you all multiple times. We could add that to a process, but I don't think you all would enjoy that very
Yeah,
much.
I guess I'm saying I would much rather, if it's gonna go the planning commission route, it should be like any other site plan that comes to us when it's ready, when staff thinks it's ready for approval, and not any kind of crazy every single time it
Right,
gets denied, it gets denied.
the technical aspects being addressed at that point in time. There may be something very minor left, but, fatal errors to have been discovered and addressed are pretty key before we would bring something that, would be conversation ready.
Mr. Habab, does this address your concern?
I think, or if the question was, do we think that's a good idea? Is that what you guys wanted to discuss?
You can discuss that. That addresses my concern on the timing, I suppose.
Oh, yeah.
But
Yeah, we as staff think it's a good idea for just transparency from a community standpoint. It's a very visible site. There's a lot of interest. And when those things occur and there's a code section that supports review in a public setting, it makes sense to do so.
So should we expect the referral from the NDS director in the code and not the 2 planning commissioners asking for it?
We could ask for it if we want.
Whoever wants to do it, or if everyone wants to do it. Well, we kind of get the sentiment that that is the best route to go. So we'll make the logistics occur that need to occur.
Okay. And then I guess I'd say, broadly, well, I've been a little bit of 2 minds on the topic. I do think, looking at it alone as a concept, making it transparent and open to the public of how this works is beneficial. And, everyone can see, well, these were the deficiencies that were identified. These were all corrected. There are no deficiencies left that violate the code. It must be approved.
Right.
The sticking point, I think, is that I think the reason many members of the public want it to go to the Planning Commission is this sort of idea that, we will take this principled stance that even though it's fully legal and must be approved according to the code, we will vote it down. I think I trust in my fellow commissioners enough that that is unlikely to happen, that we're not going to, break the law, which would immediately be overturned in circuit court anyway, just to say we didn't like this thing. But that's probably going to leave a lot of people disappointed.
Well,
Which-
I mean, it's part, that can be part of the process. We are so early in this process, we don't even know if there's some sort of interpretation issue or something that might come to pass that the reviewing body, which is you guys, would have to come into play. So we're very much at the beginning of this process. And so, we definitely can communicate with you guys as to how it evolves along the way. I mean, it's always there, but it's one of those things where this one has been especially of interest, and we want to make sure that people feel like they have the opportunity to be a part of that process.
Would
Yeah.
would a straw poll be helpful?
I think we're probably all in agreement.
Say again?
I think we're probably all in agreement. That's a good idea, right?
Is that true?
What are we straw polling?
Whether we want to see it when it's appropriate.
I want to see it out of curiosity, but I'm not sure. I think it's going to disappoint people. I mean, it's kind of. If we do it, we need to advertise that this is not a chance for it to change. Or staff needs to help us understand if there are things that we can influence on it. I mean, it seems kind of silly for it to come to us if we can't do anything.
Yeah.
I think it's mainly would be coming to us as a way for the public to give feedback in an official setting and for them to see it.
Well,
But their feedback don't
we've had the initial feedback stage, so far. But then the plan kind of goes into this back and forth administrative between the applicant and staff exchanging comments. And so really kind of the last touch point is when a plan comes back to you guys. In most cases, if a plan is coming to you, it's associated with a rezoning or a special use permit. And occasionally there'll be an interpretation question that we feel we need additional assistance on. But yeah, I mean, you're right. It does create some sort of expectation, and that comes to pass quite often. But, it's still an opportunity to be transparent about what is occurring.
I think the way to maybe square the circle is just that we all, probably everyone involved, need to be very clear and explicit and, good communicators about what a ministerial review is and is not, and what a by right project means versus the typical things we see, which I think a lot of people are still fairly confused about. But it's a great opportunity for everyone to learn more about zoning, which is what we want most in the world.
Public education is good.
Do we feel good on this one?
Yeah, I just have a real quick question when we're
Please.
done with this. So we've got our retreat this month, are we using our work session day? Do we know yet, or is that just?
That will
keep
be
rolling it?
in place of the October work session day. So
Okay.
if you have a fourth Tuesday event, please go forth and schedule.
I would entertain a motion at this time.
Skipper, I would like to pull the ripcord, roll the credits. May we adjourn?
Do I hear a second? Second. All four, thumbs? I see thumbs.
That was the
Good night, all.
longest
Thank you very much.
request
Mr. Train, thank you for.